No, not yet. They're muted. I don't know.
I'm surprised that we're muted and we have public in here.
Can you hear us
Can
now?
you hear us now?
Mm-hmm.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We were muted.
That's great.
We were muted.
Oh, we were muted.
Yes.
Okay, back to the agenda. So just a couple quick things. First of all, on a happy occasion, I want to personally and on behalf of the board wish our CEO, Matt Cummins, happy birthday. Celebrated a big one yesterday.
One that ends in zeros.
Yeah, many more to come for some of us who've been there. A couple other things, as you've noticed, Director Johnson is not feeling well, so he's not able to join us. Director Grywatch is a little bit under the weather. I hope you're feeling well. Director Perry, thank you for joining us. I hope your recovery is going fast and well. The last board meeting, and my apologies for not being here. I was on a plane and couldn't attend at 35,000 feet. One last item is that sometime a few weeks ago, I had asked Director Juszczak to look into the relationship between the board, interaction between the board and the elections committee, and whether we need, do we need to have a liaison? How does that work, and so on. And thank you very much for looking into that and working with Tony and others to get some answers back. If you want to say anything quickly about that orally, feel free. If not, I plan to share the one pager that you sent with the board as soon as we finish. I'll email it to all the board members so that you all can see that.
Just my praise and thank you to Tony for helping edit the document and give some good advice. So I think that we incorporated all of our thoughts, and it's in the one pager that
Yeah.
Jalal will send out.
Yeah, I will send it out and share with all the board members. With that in mind, as I've always said before, a couple of reminders for everybody. When contacting staff, please CC to our CEO and COO. And if you're contacting the CEO and COO, please CC to me as well for awareness so that the board knows what's going on. With that in mind, we are ready for approval of the September 12th work session agenda.
So I motion to amend the agenda to remove item L and otherwise adopt the agenda as amended.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
And any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have Director Grywatch, Perry, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, Juszczak, and myself. That would be 7 unanimous.
Mr. Chair, doesn't an amendment need to be made to do volunteer interviews for this board?
Just about to.
I thought,
I've got 2 other things that I would like to
oh,
discuss.
it's not on there.
Yeah. I don't know if we need to make an amendment, but I would call this a typo on the timeline for the agenda. If you look at that, everything goes 7, 7, 7. We go forward and then we come back to 7 o'clock. I think that's a typo. Everything after 7:30, the next one would be 8 o'clock. So just be aware of that. Okay?
That's right. We
Pardon?
don't have,
Tony, were you referring to the fact that we only have 2 instead of 3?
it's not listening.
My recollection is the last motion was to adopt the agenda after one amendment.
Right, and we need to make another amendment.
We need to make another one.
Correct.
Sorry.
Would you?
What do you want me to do? So I'll motion to
Add.
amend the agenda again, and add volunteer interviews before or after, before item E,
Thank you. Is there a second?
so D prime.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That's unanimous of those present. Thank you. Thank you, council. Okay, next item.
I think we have to vote on the the amended agenda.
Thank you very much, Director Flashman. Did we combine it? I thought this was the second one.
So now I would motion to adopt the twice amended agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous of those present? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I just have a logistical follow-up question. So the motion on the communications master plan was to just not have it tonight, not to defer it to another meeting. So I assume that means it's just going back into the hopper and we'll come back. Jalal and I will just start talking about when it may come back? Okay. There are some components of that we're likely to start, but we'll catch up with
We'll catch
everybody.
up with us.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Director Santa, if you want to,
It's member comments.
item B.
No, C.
No, C, we're member comments.
I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. I was looking at something else. Do we have any member comments?
No, we do not have anyone signed up for member comments this evening.
Okay.
Is there anyone present? Are there any members present? Mr.
Any
Gleason?
members present who would like to speak? I don't see anybody.
No minutes?
Thank you.
Consent agenda.
Consent agenda, yeah.
Is there proof of amendments?
I motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
I have one, apologies, I'll wait for discussion, but I have one amendment on the, I apologize, Brittany, I wasn't able to get it to you, but item 1A just needs to remove President Mapar from the initial opening to Vice President Grywatch.
Can't hear what he said.
Can we adopt the consent agenda as amended, potentially?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? That's unanimous, those present. Thank you. Okay, so we are,
Volunteer.
somebody's iWatch was going. All right, we're ready for volunteer interviews. Brittany, who do we have first? We have two, correct?
That's correct. We have Julie Bitzer, the chair of the PrAC committee here, and Mrs. Brinker, who is the volunteer applying to PrAC this evening. Ms. Bitzer, did you want to say a few words?
We would like to replace some of our members who have,
Would you like to go to the podium?
Me?
Yeah.
oh, sure.
Both of you can, yeah.
That sounds like fun.
If you want to say anything, I would suggest go up.
No pressure. Do I have to push a button or do I just speak?
You could.
You could speak.
Okay. I don't have any formal remarks prepared.
That's okay.
Okay.
Just tell us about.
Okay, so I am looking to rejoin PrAC as a committee member. I kind of found my way into volunteering with Reston through Lakes, Boats, Docks Working Group back in the day, because I had a background in working for a small business recreation paddling business. So did the working group, that's how I got to know Julie, and then when that working group was ending, I learned about PrAC at the time and found my way into that committee, and then COVID hit, and I had 2 small children at the time, so and a full-time job, and everyone was home. So I had to focus my attention on my family, and now we're obviously post-COVID, my kids are a bit bigger. Julie reached out to me, talked about openings on the committee again. I felt like I hadn't really finished my work with the PrAC group, so I was interested in getting back involved. I've done the pickleball course here through RA, and I'm connected with some ladies as well in the community who do pickleball, amongst other recreational activities that I enjoy doing myself. And I've been living in Reston for 10 years now, raising a family, obviously. So again, just looking to get back involved in Reston. So,
Thank you. Are there any questions for our volunteer?
Yeah.
Santa, you're on.
What is one thing that you'd like to accomplish within PrAC if you are appointed?
One thing, can I say multiple things?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay. Well, obviously, well, as I mentioned, I enjoy pickleball. That's fun. So looking to see what our opportunities here are for that. I'm interested in disc golf. I know there was conversations about that before I left PrAC. I find that interesting. The walking paths to me are amazing here at Reston, and I really appreciate them. I love what's going on with the pools as well, the fact that we have so many. I have previous experience working with lifeguards and been a lifeguard myself, helped to certify those in first aid CPR as well. So that's of interest to me. And there was one other that is now, the tot lots as well, so the playgrounds, not just for kids, but I think for, big kids, adults as well. I think we get left out in the play category, so I'd like to, see what can be done there as well. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for volunteering.
Yeah.
Appreciate. Yes.
Julie, did you have additional words?
Mike.
2020 Peppermint Court, Reston, Virginia. I hope that you will, am I not tall enough? They told me today at my checkup that I got shorter in the last year. I was very dismayed. There we go. I hope you approve Beth. I've seen her in action over the years, so I've always kept in touch with her, hoping that we could rope her back in. In our last PrAC meeting, which she was observing, we talked about the playgrounds and totlets a little bit, and one of our chairs of that work item has moved on, has resigned from PrAC. So I was really kind of looking for someone to step up, and so that kind of worked out really nicely in her interest. And when we were doing boat stocks, Lakes Boat Stocks working group, Beth was one of the people who reached out to the community and helped us do some focus groups. And so that her energy in that regard, I think, is very positive for us going forward.
Thank you. Great. So we'll deliberate, of course, and we'll get in touch with you with the results.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Sure. Next.
Next, we have Gordon Simonet, but I do not see him in the room, and he is not on Zoom. Yeah, he's not present at the moment.
Okay. Then we will defer this, and we'll get back to that later. Thank you. We only had two, correct? Yep. Okay. Thank you. Next item on the agenda after the volunteer interviews is CEO update. Mr. Cummins, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief this evening. We have two items in the CEO update. One is the board had asked for an update on how we plan to institute the resolution that asks for renters to be, the association to be notified of renters and their names and addresses. We intend to do multiple things between now and December involving hard copy letters, digital distribution of the requirement, and then one big thing that we are still playing around with, we know we have a tremendous open rate for the assessment letter, and the opportunity to use that as a communication tool we think is very important, not just a blind letter that might go out in the October timeframe. So happy to answer any questions offline when we get all those things up and running. There'll be a website portal and other things. The other topic in the CEO update, and I'll turn over to Peter, is just the conference center update. We're very lucky to be able to be in here. It was not smelling that great because of the water damage as soon as a week or two ago, but it's becoming more functional as we're looking to do the remediation.
Are there any questions for, oh, sorry.
All I was going to add is a new piece of news as of this afternoon is that our adjuster has approved the quote to get the work done in the conference center. So those on the procurement panel will see a contract coming very soon for approval to get the work done. We're trying to line it up, with the 26th looming and October looming, how we can line up the work with not missing meetings in the conference center, trying to avoid going back to Lake House if we absolutely can. So we may delay the work a little bit to keep the meetings rolling, so we're just trying to figure that out as we go.
I think this arrangement is working fine. So if we need to use this and go not.
Well, for most of you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any questions for our CEO update? Okay.
Can we just mention that even though we are approving a contract in the future to remediate, that in the report that staff presented, it is covered by insurance, and so it isn't money that's coming out of the pocket of RA or members.
Yep. Okay. Elections Committee follow-up.
Good evening, Board. This evening, we have some follow-up information. In the spring, the Board sent some concerns, some issues to the Elections Committee regarding anomalies in data and various other topics that occurred during the election season. And the Election Committee was tasked with reviewing those items and making recommendations to bring back to the Board. This has been a bit of a long process, as it took longer than they anticipated to go through each item that was listed, in addition to some other items that the committee provided themselves. And what we did was group them in buckets as they relate to each of the individual motions. So though the intent is not to necessarily go through each individual item, I have the committee here to answer any kind of questions that the Board may have, or if you wanted them to go into a bit more detail and drill down into those items. Richard and Ed, if you'd like to come up.
Is that the volunteer?
I see. And Mr. Simonet just walked in as well.
Do we want to just put a hold on to the interview for him? Yeah.
Let's make a quick adjustment since your volunteer is here. Maybe we just hold off for just a couple minutes and take care of this one. Let's just do an adjustment to this item and hold off for just a couple minutes. And since our volunteer is here, just complete the interview and get that out of the way. Is the Board okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Sir.
Good evening, everybody.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, you've got 3 minutes to just explain to us who you are and what you want to do. Why you're here.
Why am I here? Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gordon Simonet. I live here in Reston, and I was recently made aware that the Elections Committee was looking for some volunteers. I've been an active volunteer in several areas as my time here in Reston, and I thought that this would be a good place for me to get more involved in Reston Association. Most directly, I've been the HOA president for my cluster, Golf Course View Cluster Association, for the past 5 years, having recently passed the torch this past June. So I'm looking forward to getting more involved in this capacity if you all give approval. So I'm happy to take any questions from anyone here at the group. I see a couple of familiar faces. Hi, Lori. Hi, John.
Thank you. Yep. Are there any questions for our volunteer? Yes, Director Farrell. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mrs. Simonet.
Mr. Farrell, nice to see you.
It's always good to see you again. One of the feedback that we get about the Elections Committee is that afternoon meetings are very inconvenient, not only for members of the committee, but members for the association. Do you have an opinion on what time of day Election Committee meetings should occur?
I'm glad you asked that question because I do have an opinion on that.
Would you like to share it?
I would love to share it. I'm a working 9 to 5 professional, and I have a hybrid position. So sometimes I'm asked to be in the office, and sometimes I can work from home. But sometimes I'm asked to be in the office on demand. And so initially, when I learned that the meetings were on a set date and time, I was worried that that might prohibit me from being involved. My understanding is that the committee would be able to reconsider the current meeting schedule, and based upon the needs of the work at hand and certainly the availability of the committee members, that if a change would be warranted, we could do that. But certainly, as someone who is looking to get more involved here in Reston, that committee could be flexible. I would love to see that. So hopefully that happens.
Thank you. Director Sampson.
As a voter, I would imagine that you voted in elections. I'm just curious to learn what your experience was. What did you like? You've witnessed it, so what could be improved if you become a member of the elections committee?
Reston elections.
Reston
Yeah,
elections.
specifically Reston.
Reston elections.
Yeah,
That's
sure,
specifically what I was
sure.
saying about. Yes, I mean, I hope you vote generally, but
Yes,
you know.
well, yes, that is a definite yes. So I would just say that I understand that the Reston Association elections see a low participation rate, and obviously there is a quorum to be met in order for election results to be valid. I know a lot of people, you have to get something in the mail from Reston. It doesn't always land in the see now, do now pile. I know that voting electronically is helpful. As an HOA president, one of the things that we face a similar challenge, getting people to either pay attention to the issues of the day, give us your opinion. What can we do differently? Oh, we're going to spend money. That's really important. That's something we should get your feedback on. Tell us what you want. The key to our success in my cluster was repetition, and being as accessible to our neighbors as possible. So I think continued focus on electronic voting, particularly now in this post-COVID era, that's certainly something people are looking to do. But persistent communication to RA members about the importance of voting, about the importance of their vote in these elections, because RA obviously manages a huge budget, and it's our money, right? So we should be encouraging as much participation as possible. So I know that our committee may not, the scope of our work is well defined, but I would hope that I would certainly be taking my responsibility seriously, and encouraging my fellow neighbors to be more active and vote more regularly if they are not already in RA elections. So I don't know if that answered your question, but hopefully it did.
Thank you. Any other questions for our volunteer? Thank you very much for being here. Yes.
The only thing I would add is make sure
You gotta be on the podium.
Mr. Seminek, just for our records, your address.
2152 Golf Course Drive.
Thank you, sir.
Ed Abbott, Chairman of the Elections Committee, 2218 Wake Robin Lane. Approve this guy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seminek. Okay. Well,
Brevity is the soul
we'll
of
deliberate
words.
and we'll get in touch with you.
Okay.
for results. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for the time.
Of course. All right, back on track with our elections committee.
We'll figure it out.
You ready? Okay, let's give them a chance. Yeah.
For those who don't know me, I'm Richard Chu, 2201 Cedar Cove Court in Reston. I'm a former board member. I'm a former committee member. Been on the elections committee and a number of other committees, and having been a candidate for this board a number of times. So familiar with the whole process. Okay. Why don't we start with what your questions are, what your issues are, because I know we don't want to go through that spreadsheet line item by line item. And although some of us have been doing it in our sleep, but fire away. You wanted to start with Elections Committee motion number 1. And let me also add, the intent of these motions to you guys was, number 1, we had to make motions to get them out of our committee. So these are not necessarily directions for you to do things other than consider in most cases. So some of these are policy issues which we can't solve. Okay, their policy, it's up to you. Like when we get to the category B issue, that is not something that we can decide. If you decide, then we have to figure out how to implement something that you decide. So that's what the buckets are for. They're for different directions and different groups of people to resolve. So the first motion was on the category B. There was a feeling on the committee that the Elections Committee, that was outside the purview of the Elections Committee. So the only way to resolve that is to take it back to you guys and Tony and say, you decide whether that's the case. If that's the case, then we won't have to worry about it. If that's not the case, then we put it back on our plate.
Since you asked for the board to ask you questions, any comments and things, let me just take that and ask our fellow board members if they have specific questions on suggestions or anything that they would like to bring up while you're here.
I have a series of motions, but I will like to offer Margaret the opportunity to address all category B suggestions in case you have any feedback, or otherwise I'll move with my motions.
Thank you. I honestly, I submitted a candidate statement and I participated in everything. So I am aware that there have been candidates in the past who did not do one or both of those things. It's kind of a catch because the apartment owners do reach out to the candidate to get information when they desire. I don't think many apartment owners are extraordinarily as active as we would hope they would be. So, I think it's always good for all of the public to understand where any of the board members' views may be or where their stances may be on certain items. Hence why I participated in the candidate forum, for example. But in all honesty, as you all know, there is a very small subset of people that can vote for this position. And so I think if you want to add additional compliance requirements for this position, I would just consider not making it as onerous potentially as you may for others, only because of the fact that those apartment owners do reach out when they care to know more information.
Well, that's all well and good, but do you want us to do it, or are you guys going to do it?
So in that regard, I had a question because I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly. So if people who are following along online, this is resolution 2, A3, and here it's category B, that's a section, and it says, request that individuals interested in the designated director seat submit a statement of candidacy. So I'm not sure why we need more information considering it's already in the resolution.
Repeat that, because I think it's that it's an option, it's not a requirement. Read the language specifically again.
Yeah, and I'll put it in the chat. I'll send it to Brittany. But it says request that individuals interested.
So it's an option, but it's not a requirement.
Well,
That's the difference.
if you want to be a candidate, I feel like at that point, if you don't have the good judgment by a candidate to do that or not, like, I don't think we should waste our time by editing verbiage.
May I make a suggestion?
Go for it.
Okay? The first issue that has to be resolved by the board is whether or not the administration of the Category B selections resides with the Elections Committee. That's the first issue. If it doesn't affect the Elections Committee, then we can move on to things that do affect the Elections Committee. And how to administer that becomes somebody else's purview. So the very first thing you have to decide is whether or not the deed and the resolution specify beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a Elections Committee issue. And if that's the case, then all these other things are, we'll be happy to answer questions or discuss them.
Okay. Director Flashman,
Who's going to administer this if the Elections Committee is not?
Is that a question we might direct to our council?
In my opinion, the deed is pretty clear. The election committee shall develop election procedures and administer such procedures as are approved by the board of directors, providing for the election of directors. There's no carve out by vote of the members. Again, no carve out. So that's all directors, all members, including Category B. So I don't think this board has authority without a referendum to take it away from the elections committee.
Right?
Okay?
Is everybody clear on that?
So if, it sounds like we now have a legal opinion that this motion is not proper because such a change would require a referendum.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I structured my motions a little bit different from yours, so I'm going to read them slowly, and I emailed them to everybody in advance. Motion to move to postpone the following items indefinitely. Item 10, item 26, item 27, item 13 and 15.
Go a bit slower. So
Okay.
people can.
Okay. Item 10, this is whether a Category B member lives in Reston or not. That was a question asked. Item 26, this was in regards to multiple units in apartments and whether they each needed a vote. Item 27, Category member vote by other means in a ballot. Items 1, 13, and 15, in regards to executive session needed for certification. Item 3, making minor edits to the ballot. Item 31, satellite voting locations. Item 32, door-to-door voting. Item 42, election ballots sent. Item 47, candidate information. Item 40, preferred methods of communication. Item 41, election ambassadors. Items 48 and 49, preferred communications methods. Item 4, testing of online ballots. Item 11, candidate B filing candidate statements. Item 19, edit Resolution 2, Section 8 to reflect that Category B members should submit a candidate statement. The reason why I need a second for this, but most of these are operational issues that are not matters for the board.
I have a question on your motion before I second it. Did you intend to omit item 14 from your list?
Yes, because there was a discrepancy with Director Flashman, and he wanted to have discussion on it. So I honored that.
That's fine, so I'll second your motion.
Thank you. Discussion? Director Grawatch, Director Perry, online?
No comment for me.
Thank you.
What was the last item that you mentioned?
Item 19.
19.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Director Perry?
Unanimous.
That's unanimous of those present. Thank you.
My second motion. Motion that the following items be referred back to the Elections Committee for drafting of proposed resolution changes. This relates to item 29, which is draft language to clarify electronic voting procedures. B, that this be submitted back to the board by October 31st.
Okay. So we were told that, I just want to follow along if I could.
Yeah.
Okay? We were told that everything had been regrouped. So I don't have the same ready access to all of these numbers that you are looking at. If you wanted, I can give it a minute and try to reconstruct, but
Is there any,
you understand what I'm saying?
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
There is a document, Brittany, that was shared once, that was the document that they used when they voted, when they had their committee meeting. That is the one that I'm going out of, that is in
Okay,
chronological.
that's fine. If you have any questions, I'll have to refer to that.
Yeah, that's the document that I'm using.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Nor do we have the
It's
email.
numbered the same.
Huh?
They're numbered the
Number
same.
the same, yeah.
The numbers are the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
The
re-
numbers are the same, it's
That's
just
just
that
what
they're
grouping
not
is,
on, not on the page.
Okay.
in the
yeah, it's just a grouping.
Mr. President,
Please, go ahead, Director.
do I understand your motion right now is only related to 29, and that's all?
Correct.
Thank you. Did you have a second?
We didn't get a second. Okay, seconded. Any discussion, any further discussion here? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. It's unanimous of those present. Thank you.
My third motion, move to table item 35 until RA staff investigates whether companies like Survey and Ballot Systems, Elections Trust, Simply Voting, and VoteNet Solutions can provide information such as track percentages of returning voters, first-time voters, historical voter turnout patterns, and voting method trends by district and household type due back to the board by September of 2025.
Is that related to the motion, any item in particular?
35. Item 35 was my own recommendation, and Jennifer and I have spoken in detail, which is it would be great moving forward if we had actual trends and historical data so that we can improve our outreach, what we're doing, and eventually we're all going to become more digital. So I think it'd be good if we get a better understanding of paper versus internet.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Just one question. What was the date? September 20?
September 2025. I didn't put a date.
Oh, September 2025?
25, yes.
Not September 25th?
No, God, no.
Okay. Thank you. Is there
You're
any
asking
discussion?
us to do something by September 25, is that what?
RA staff.
Thank you.
It's a year from now.
Yeah, from now. 2025.
I think that's plenty of time.
Okay, any other discussion? Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of those present. Thank you.
Did you have any other motions?
I don't have any more motions, but I have spoken with my peers, and I have the ones that we would like to discuss with you guys that I think we need more clarity on. If you want to tackle them one by one.
Did you do anything with 17? Because that was on your list. to
17
refer
got
back.
moved.
17 got moved to
Got
the
moved
discussion.
down per Irwin.
And 14 and 17 is
Yeah,
still
in the
fresh.
discussion.
Can I, with your
Yeah, go ahead.
It struck me, Mr. Chairman, that, Mr. President, forgive me, that item 12, 34, and 36 relate to the voting list. And I know that our staff are working diligently and expeditiously to fix the voting list. We also adopted a resolution to require people renting their homes to share that information with us. So I would move to pass by indefinitely items 12, 34, and 36 and remove them from further consideration of either the Elections Committee or the Board of Directors. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second it. Any discussion on that? Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Hold on. John, you're saying to remove those indefinitely? I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
No, that's right, because these items relate to the voting list maintenance. Since these items were written up, we've made tremendous progress, or I should say the staff has made tremendous progress with regard to list maintenance and correction. And in addition to that, the board's adopted a resolution requiring landlords to advise the board by a date certain of the contact information for their tenants. So I think that these items don't need any further deliberation by the board at this time or any time in the future until we finish the process of cleaning up our voting list. And we're in that process.
Can you repeat this for me one more time, please, John?
That's fine. So items 12, 34, and 36, if you go and read them, it's talking about taking action.
Are you good?
Oh, I'm sorry, you just needed the numbers. That's fine.
You good now, Margaret? Okay, good. All those in favor, the motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. Okay, that is unanimous of all present. That motion moves forward. Did you, hold on, Director Farrell, did you have anything else?
Well, no, I was just going to ask, we're going to go back to 14 and 17.
That's the list.
Yep. So at this time, we want to discuss item 14, which is in regards to, it says, update resolution, the ultimate responsibility of the certification of candidates rests with the Elections Committee. We just debated that, but I wanted to make sure that people felt comfortable. So.
Where is that in this package? I know it's 14, I'm just trying to
Number
find.
1 is at the top of the page.
It's on the same page with number 1, yeah.
Number 1 at the top of the page. No, it's not what I got.
1348. I don't know, 138.
In yellow when you see
The
the
fifth page. Of the table,
fifth page.
John. So when you're looking at the tables, go to the fifth page.
Got it.
So I think that's just what Tony talked about. So I would move that we take no further action on item 14. But I wanted to make sure, which is, yeah?
Second.
Okay.
Seconded. Is there any discussion on this?
Was this something you wanted to discuss?
14.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the EC, the Elections Committee, certainly has the responsibility for the ultimate certification of candidates, even if other people are working on it and processing certain information to present to the committee, but it's the committee's ultimate responsibility. And so I believe that's the way it should be.
Well, that's the way it is.
Yeah.
So
So
I don't think we need any,
anything further.
I don't think we need any action on, Mr. President, I'm sorry. You done?
Yeah.
I don't think we need to take any action on 14, so I'm in support of the motion to remove.
So that motion was seconded by Director Joe Shack.
Right.
Yeah, right. So any more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Yeah, that's unanimous. Thank you. Next.
Next one is item 39, which was brought forward to the Elections Committee by Director Farrell. And this motion is in regards to ballot tabulation reports and recording records. So,
Hang on a minute, let me get there. I think we can let this one go by. Okay.
I didn't know if you wanted to speak to it.
That's in group 4.
39.
Yeah, it's 39. I believe this issue is resolved by the calendar that we're going to adopt later this evening for the Elections Committee. It reflected an impression that we were expecting our staff to do things that ultimately the decision has to be made by the elections committee. And to clarify that while the staff is to support them, and we want them to, ultimately these decisions belong with the committee and not with the staff. So I think we can put this one by.
Want to repeat your motion on that one?
I didn't have a motion. I was just bringing it up for discussion.
So I'll move to remove 39 from further consideration
Is
by
there a
the
second
board.
for that?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous of all. Thank you. Next one.
Item 9, this was in regards to category B.
It's on page 1.
Page 1, it says general misunderstanding of how category B designated is selected. Again, the request was the board to rule on whether the elections committee administers category B elections. I just want to make sure that people feel comfortable, which I believe what we just heard from Tony and others. I think it's a repeat of 14 maybe.
So do we want to remove that one from further action?
Unless the elections committee wants to justify it.
Put the motion on
Well,
the table.
given the issues that have been raised over the last, I'll say 12 years, okay, as to people not understanding what position they're running for and what the responsibilities of the position are, it seems in the mode of over-communicating that making sure that the category B designated director position is clearly defined in all of our communications. We have people who do not, and did apply for the position, who submitted applications who hadn't thought they were going to be supporting renters. That's not uncommon. It happens it's happened every cycle since I've been here.
So I guess my question is this a matter, oh, sorry, Margaret, go.
I agree with you, Richard. It is an issue and it happens all the time. I agree. But I question, is that just a lack of education on the materials we're putting out versus something that needs to be changed in the language itself?
That was exactly what I was going to say. To me, this sounds like operational issue, marketing oriented, where it's like a better FAQ on what category B is as opposed to.
I think the governing documents are clear. Okay, but the way that we present this opportunity is not clear. Now, whose responsibility is it to make it clear? Is that the elections committee? Is that the comm staff? Is that the board? I don't have any strong opinion on that.
Director Perry.
Yep.
Director Perry.
I would like to suggest to everyone in the room and here that
She freeze?
Oh, you're frozen.
Margaret, you're frozen.
that
Try turning off your camera.
It is incumbent on all of us.
Technologically, it's a buffering issue.
Hey, Margaret, if you could hear us, you're frozen on Zoom, so we can't hear you or in the room right now.
Can I jump in?
Sure, go ahead.
So
understand what
We can come back to
I'm
this.
trying to, my train of thought is,
we're running
and
for.
I think based off what I've heard from other people in council is the election committee is responsible for elections. So therefore, the execution of how we inform members about the different roles lies with the elections committee and it's an operational issue. It's not a governing issue for the board. Unless, Tony, you disagree with the statement that I'm making.
Just one clarification. The election committee adopts and proposes how to administer it. Ultimately, the board blesses the rules and resolutions that they come up with. So I agree with you that it is.
And it was extraordinarily clear. And I was disappointed, at least, that those who are in charge of that meeting
She's calling in. That's just catch up from. She said she was logging off and calling in.
Yeah, it's a buffering. It just buffers everything and then puts it out. Yeah.
Having said that, I see no reason that the elections committee could not request the CEO operationally to put together comms or something like that.
Okay. So no board action is needed. It sounds like it's operational. Just want to make sure.
At this point, no, but if the elections committee were to draft a resolution on the subject that they felt strongly about, this is how we're going to advertise, then yes, that would come to the board.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
So, but the staff could, operating under Mac and Peter, carry out their administrative duties without everything being double-checked by the elections committee. It is a staff-driven administration task, is it not? Help me understand the
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of things come up in a variety of circumstances all the time. We're looking for constant improvement. So we'll be happy to work with the elections committee and make sure we have better FAQs and what you qualify for and get the word out in better and different ways. And that's something that Ed Abbott and the whole committee has asked us over and over. How do we get better participation? What does that look like? How do we get people into the right categories? So it's a constant improvement, but happy to sit down with them.
Right.
I agree with Izzy. It is an operational thing, and I think this could be solved administratively.
Mr. President.
Okay, so
Director Perry
meaning
with-
that the staff could draft FAQs and other information for the committee to review and say this is sufficient or recommend changes. So it's still primarily a staff activity to do the hard work, but then the elections committee would review and suggest any alterations that they felt might be appropriate.
Yes, with one possible exception.
Yes.
And that is for Tony, okay, and I agree with what Max said, I agree with the communications issues, but to the extent that the resolution needs to be clarified, that's something that I think the elections committee would have to work with Mac's approval, with you, on updating the resolution. I don't have the resolution in front of me, but I do know that there are some forms in the resolutions that are misleading.
We'll have to fix them.
I believe.
Happy to work with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, yeah. Go.
Let me get Director Perry because she had to log in and she's back on. Are you back on? Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm
go ahead.
having some issues.
No
Hold
worries.
on one second.
Yeah.
Any problems?
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. I had to get rid of the computer. I apologize. I froze. I just want to state, and I don't know exactly where I froze, but I was disappointed in the meeting that I attended, where it was clear that my opponents were not understanding what they had signed up for, and those in charge of that meeting did not step in and assist in answering questions. I actually stepped up and assisted with helping them understand. And as a candidate myself, that should not have been my job, but I also felt it was very unfair to those candidates to not know what they were running for. And so while I agree that the education piece is a priority for all of us, the board, the staff, the elections committee, absolutely. I do expect and hope that the elections committee, if they saw that there was a clear misunderstanding, they would step in and assist with answering not only questions, but just make a blanket statement of this is what it is versus allowing a candidate to continue to be like, oh, well, I'll be representing the tenants. Well, no, you won't. Now, don't get me wrong. I personally, as a personal thing, I try and represent every member of Reston, but the apartment owners are my constituents directly. So, you know, I would like to see, yes, additional information from the communications, from staff, from us as a board, but I really would love to see the elections committee step up and address those issues in real time as they're happening.
Okay, we will.
Okay, Director Josh Jackson.
Can I then motion that item number 9 be referred back to the Elections Committee for either drafting of resolution changes and/or working with staff to update communication and education materials?
I don't think you really need a motion. We'll take care of it. If you want a motion, go ahead. We'll take care of it.
I was just trying to end
No, I know,
the
it's
topic.
Pending motion is,
Pending motion is to take it back to staff.
no, isn't,
To refer back to the elections, refer number
Refer
9
back
back
to
to the
Elections
Elections
Committee.
Committee, but I don't have a second yet.
no, Mr. President, forgive me.
Please.
I understand Director Juszczyk was making a motion
Yes.
to amend the pending motion on 9.
Is that what
Is
you
there a
want?
motion pending on 9?
No.
There was
there's
none.
nothing.
Forgive me, I misunderstood.
We didn't
We're
vote.
moving
Yeah,
fast
we
and
didn't-
furious.
That's right. Do you want to stick with your motion?
I'm fine with, as long as we're done number 9. So, but if,
I'm good.
I was trying to move on.
So
What
maybe a
is
motion
the-
to take no further action with regard to item number 9?
From a board perspective,
Yeah.
yes, I will second that.
That's,
Second.
okay. The motion is seconded to not do anything in number 9 from the board perspective. Any more discussion? I think we've had enough discussion. All those in favor say aye. That seems to be unanimous. Thank you.
Next item for discussion is item 17, which relates to certification of candidacy forms. The comment was, wait, is it 17? A process for a candidate to appeal an election committee's decision to certify their candidacy is not specified in the resolution. I think we should do it, but I'm one of 9, and I didn't know if I had consensus on that, so I'm opening the floor to see how people feel.
Can we hear from council on that, Mr. President?
First, Council, what say you?
Without taking a position on whether that should be done or not, it would be on the Elections Committee to propose such for the board to adopt. That's not something that the board would unilaterally enact. Again, the deed saying that the Elections Committee comes up with administration and procedures for the election, which an appeal process would be, passes it, brings it to the board for blessing.
Mr. President?
Director Farrell.
I understand, I mean, having spent way too much time dealing with state elections for various and sundry in the state election process, there is an appeal process there for candidates whose certification is denied there. The only difference is our calendar here is extraordinarily compact, unlike the statewide elections or the elections for local office. The deadline for a candidate to file is 6 months in advance of the actual election itself, or 90 days in advance of a primary. So there's plenty of time to allow for an appeal to the State Board of Elections before the ballots have to be printed. You go back, I commend you to go back and look at our calendar. I mean, I don't know how you can get a ballot to the printers and mailed out to the membership in this calendar and allow for an appeals process. So while I applaud the, what do I want to say, the desire for procedural equity, which is admirable, I don't know how we make it fit into our calendar and get ballots printed and out to the membership in time for them to vote. So I'm going to move that we take no further action on this idea.
Director Fleshman.
I'd like to speak further to this.
I second.
Yeah, you got a second, yeah. This is discussion now, yeah. Go ahead.
I think there is a way to manage it, but not through a formal appeals process, but rather through a process of reconsideration to the committee itself on anything that is other than the determination of the certification of the election results, for which there is a process to seek a recount already existing. But for anything else, you could seek within a specified period of time a reconsideration, and we could model it after what occurs in the DRB, which is if you want a reconsideration, you have to show that you're going to bring evidence that was not available at the time, or that you are challenging the way that the committee interpreted some rule or resolution requirement incorrectly. And once that is shown, then they would enter into the merits. If they don't make those showings, end of story, which is what happens with the DRB. And there is no appeal from the DRB's decision, as there would be no appeal from this reconsideration by the Elections Committee.
Okay. Good. Any others? Yeah.
So I'm going to vote in favor of the motion because at this time, I don't think there's any further action from the board, but I don't want the Elections Committee to see this as a dead issue and maybe take the comments from the board members. And if there is something that you can figure out and bring back, I don't want you to see it as a no from us. It's just, we don't have anything to take action on at this time.
I think the only issue will be what Director Farrell raised, and that is that the calendar that you guys discussed at length a couple of weeks ago, if that's the structure of the calendar that the board is expecting we use, then, as Director Farrell said, it's a pretty tight schedule.
Well, and just, Mr. President, just for clarity's sake, it's not so much that the board imposes that calendar, but the governing documents impose that calendar. So it's, we have deadlines and time periods that are imposed by the deed and imposed by the bylaws, and trying to comply with those and at the same time provide for an appeals process. Somebody else smarter than me can figure that one out.
I think you're absolutely right, John, in terms of there are milestone dates that have to be dealt with. But where you stretch is, and you guys discussed this at length the other night. So.
Okay.
We'll look into it.
Thank you. Director Farrell, would you like to repeat your motion now that we've had the discussion, just for clarity?
Margaret
Director
has.
Perry has.
Director Perry, go ahead.
I just, I know that a calendar is being brought back to us tonight that had some changes, and, I specifically requested that time be built in so that there was some flexibility for staff for needed things. Mr. Chu, are you saying that the election committee had no involvement at all in setting those calendar dates? And maybe I'm misunderstanding.
The new dates or the calendar that you received from the Elections Committee is basically a calendar that has been used in one fashion or another for years. The basic date structure has not varied dramatically, except holiday issues or something along those lines that might deviate. But the staff has done an excellent job of managing the calendar, okay? The issue is whether or not you want to expand that calendar to the extent that it can be expanded to do other things. We can do other things.
Let me address my question, if I may. Brittany, based on the conversations at the last meeting, where part of the issue was making sure there was extra time built into that calendar for a little bit of flexibility, recognizing it could only be a little bit, but a little bit therefore, was nothing, and I apologize, my computer is now down, so I have nothing in front of me at the moment. I thought some of those dates had been changed slightly to allow for that. Am I incorrect?
No, you're not incorrect. We did build in additional time on the calendar to allow
And
for.
does that, go ahead.
to allow for testing and review of the database by the Elections Committee, as well as if they run into any issues with the testing during that process, to be able to correct those items before the portal goes live and is available and ready for testing. Now, as it relates to an appeal process, as Director Farrell mentioned, even with those built-in additional dates or additional timing, because of what it states in the deed, in the bylaws, and when the election and voting opens, it really does limit from the time that the candidates are certified to the time.
So there's not even a, sorry, I'm sorry. It's hard when I'm on video and I can't see your mouth. So I do apologize.
No
for
problem.
Cutting you off. It's not my intention.
It's an extremely tight window is what I'm saying.
Okay. So there's not even 24 hours to suggest, like what Director Fleischman suggested, which was a, hey, you guys got this wrong because.
There's a bit of, I'll let Tony go ahead and speak to that.
So, Mr. President?
Let's hear counsel.
Attorney speak?
So the Elections Committee is governed by the same rules that the rest of the committees are. To call a special meeting takes 2 days' notice. So even if, 24 hours isn't going to get it done.
Mr. President, I'm looking at the chart here, and in the penultimate column, it says the EC does not favor an appeals process. Well, my motion appears to go along with the Elections Committee recommendation. So I think we can move along here.
Yeah, thank you. Again, could you just, for clarity, just repeat?
My motion is to take no further action
Thank
with
you.
regard to item
All
number
right.
17.
All those in favor? Say aye. That's unanimous of all present. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Next one up is item 24. The comment was, over time, the data set provided, oh wait, did you get rid of? No. Over time, the data set provided has varied, perhaps as a result of RA systems designs. That was a comment. The ask of the board was, board to rule on whether the elections committee administers category B elections. Clarify what data must be included in the electronic data provided to category B candidates. Do you want to speak to this, Ed and Richard? Do you want to speak to this one?
Sure.
I think this one's just saying like
And
what.
I'm going to speak to this as having been on the elections committee previously, having been a category B director candidate, and having been through the previous data systems that RA has used, which we are not using anymore. So some of the problem and miscommunications over what data gets sent to a particular group is because of inherent limitations to RA's systems. Staff is working to resolve those issues. With respect to the Category B members, the deed, I think, is pretty clear. The owner of the property is the voter, unless the voter delegates that responsibility. In prior administrations, the owner was identified, the property manager was identified, the mailing or the communications address for parties was identified, so that a candidate knew, okay, I've got to start with the guy in Boston that owns the property, at least owns it today. And then that guy has to tell me, oh, you need to deal with Jim, who's in Reston Town Center, who manages that property now. And then Jim says, oh, well, I have delegated that to somebody at the property. There were years where we sent information, voting information, to the person who paid the bill. So finance gave a name for Jim. Jim is in some accounting operation somewhere, and they send Jim this, would you like to vote? Jim has no idea what's going on. Nobody in the ownership knows what's going on, and nobody votes. So the only consistent votes that we have on category B are pretty much from the county.
That's right.
We need to expand, if we're going to continue to have a category B designated director, we need to expand the way, the methods of, again, it's a communications issue, but you need to provide data, you need to provide communication information to the candidates.
Okay, since we're taking responsibility for this, we'll fix it.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Please go ahead.
I'm going to move that we take no further action on this item, but I do want to point out to my friends who are on the Elections Committee that the staff has been working on improving that information with regard to the Category B owners, exactly along the lines that Mr. Chu has been making clear, because I agree with you 1,000%. It has been, we have been maintaining a list based on who paid the bill, not on who cast the vote. And casting the vote and paying the bills are two very different functions. I have every faith, Mr. Chu, that we are going through a process that is going to correct that mistake. It's a mistake that has become worse over the years, but I believe, based on all the information we've been getting, that that mistake will end. And so I thank you for bringing it forward.
Warms my heart.
Yeah, baby. So my motion is to take no further action on item number
Director
25.
Perry, you have the last word on this one, this round.
Yeah, just quickly, thank you to the Elections Committee for taking that on. I know that I certainly, in my candidacies, did not have proper information, in my opinion. And I would also encourage looking at what that communication looks like. I know there's been many discussion, I believe it's somewhere in here, regarding emails versus physical addresses. When dealing with the apartment owners, physical addresses are not extraordinarily helpful, let's say.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Director Jashek, did you second that?
So I second that, and to comment, I encourage you to write up what you think, that the candidate should receive, regardless what category they're in, and that way we have a documented, list, and staff then can build what is needed for us to give out those lists. So again, not that we don't want to take action, but we're going to defer back to you guys and have you create the wheel for us.
Okay, thank you. We have the no action motion has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That is Director Grawitch. That is unanimous of all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. President, the next item that I understand is item number 33.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that we take no further action on that also, since we have earlier voted to make it clear that the operation of the election, Category B election, is the responsibility of the Elections Committee. So I don't think we need to take any further action on that, and I so move.
Second.
That motion is seconded. Director Perry, do you have any comments?
Yes, since I am no longer with computer, could someone please just read me the baseline of which that one is?
The board to rule on whether the Elections Committee administer the Category B elections. We've already voted. We've already
Okay,
voted.
thank you.
John, excuse me 1 second. If you look below that, that's what the original request was. Okay, but I think you're okay. In other words, all of these Category B items had follow-up actions depending on what you said.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye. That is unanimous. So moved.
The next item, Mr. Chairman, was item 8. And
I'm sorry.
Say what it is for Margaret.
item 8, yeah, let me,
Item 8, Margaret.
and it goes to revise the resolution to clarify what documentation is required to validate residency. And I'm going to move to direct EC to come up with either an amendment to the resolution or some other procedural problem. We had a circumstance this past season where the, thank you.
Second.
And speaking to the motion, we had a situation this past season where there was a strong suggestion that a candidate didn't actually live in Reston. And the at-large directors and the district directors don't have to live in Reston. The Category B director, because they represent the apartments, doesn't have to live in Reston. And so there needs to be a process, or it needs to be part of the certification process, that someone proves they live in Reston. They can do that with a driver's license, with a DMV identification card. They can do it with utility bill. They can do it with, you know, worst comes to worst, a tax return. I mean, there are lots of different ways you can prove that you actually live here. And I'll leave that.
To the Elections Committee to come up.
And I leave it with the Elections Committee to come up with a list of acceptable means of proving one's living here. But our governing documents are clear. You cannot serve as an at-large or a district director if you do not live here. Okay. And so we haven't had that process before. We need to have that process now.
Did you second?
Date certain,
Excuse me?
a date certain.
What's reasonable, Mr. Chu, for
We
coming?
we have that document that you're asking for in draft form, anticipating your issue, okay? It is fashioned on what we do for pool passes, for non-residents, or to prove that they are residents.
Can you have something for us
Yeah,
this
Richard,
in
can you?
November?
Yeah,
Yes,
At the first November meeting?
yes,
Is that doable?
yep.
okay, November, please.
So at the
revise.
first November meeting, if with unanimous consent, I'd amend my motion to add that deadline.
So moved.
Okay.
So all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Director Graywatch?
Garwood? That's unanimous, so moved.
Mr. President, I think we're on 21.
Yep.
25 we did.
Yeah.
First motion.
Okay, this is resolution. It says, the statement that the data not be copied is not practical. I have a comment. What you're asking of us is amend the resolution to clarify that data provided by RA shall not be shared. Do you want to speak to this really quickly? We have like 6 more, so I'm trying to rush through these. And then there's a note here, I don't know who made the note, whether it was staff or elections committee, but it says there may be POA implications.
I don't know. My 25 does not sound like, you said 25, right?
21.
21.
21.
I'm sorry.
It speaks to the same thing that we just talked about, but instead of category B, it's the category C list. And so I think that we can pass this one. I would move to remove item 21 from board consideration.
The issue here was that.
But I need a second.
We need a second first. Do I have a
Can
second?
we before you make the motion, I have something on it.
Sure.
Can we allow the Elections Committee to
Sure,
speak
go
to
ahead.
it?
Yeah, this is really a semantic issue, okay? It has to do with technology. And that the resolution as it stands now says that presumes that you are going to get a piece of paper or presumes that you are going to get a disk of information. But, so sharing in terms of 8 years ago is not the same as sharing today. So I would defer to, I'm happy to take it back to the Elections Committee
Well,
and see if we can work with Tony on just making again, I just think it's a clarification.
I'm not, so isn't this an amendment to the resolution that you would be proposing?
Yes.
Probably.
I'll second the motion that Director Juszczyk is going to make. The only point I encourage the committee to be careful about in the course of drafting this language is, as a candidate who, quote unquote, shared the mailing list with my vendor, that's within the spirit of the resolution. I wouldn't want us to be in a situation where a candidate who engaged a vendor to mail out their advertising would somehow be run afoul of whatever you come up with.
It should probably conform to what RA's request for information asks. In terms of, there's language in the request form that says what you can or can't do. Electioneering, I believe, is appropriate.
We'll figure it out. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
I need a second.
I
You
think he
seconded.
seconded it.
Yay,
Yeah, he did.
good.
All those in favor say aye. That's unanimous, so moved.
Motion to postpone indefinitely 30, I missed that one. That relates to satellite voting locations. Just for-
Second.
Okay, great.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, so moved. Thank
Okay,
you.
there's only two more, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going quickly, as quickly as possible.
Yep.
42, this was brought up by Dr. Juszczak. It says, RA Board to direct RA staff and elections committee to establish how many election ballots were sent out via email versus regular mail. Do you want to speak to that, Jennifer, or the committee?
Director Juszczak, you want to speak to that?
I can speak to it. I think, Izzy, that we covered this one with the data, like go to all of the different vendors and
Okay.
figure out how many pieces of data points we can get.
Remove it?
So I think it fits in that one, so we can remove it.
Okay.
Motion to postpone indefinitely item 42.
Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. That's unanimous, so moved.
And then the last one,
It's not even 8 o'clock.
drum roll,
You're good.
is in regards to overtime, the data set provided has, did we already do that one? Or is it
23?
listed?
23.
23. Now, okay, this is different. So it's, yes, it's in the spirit of the data set provided to candidates. However, the elections committee is providing electronic data below to be provided to the candidates. Any issues in what they have suggested is property ID, owner type, first and second owner name, property address, and correspondence address. I have a comment here that I'd like to ask council, which is a combination of property ID and the name and address PPI data, if you combine them together. PII, sorry.
I'm sorry, repeat your phrase.
Private information.
Private identifiable.
Personally identifiable information.
I don't believe so. I don't believe it's covered under the statute. However, POA states that the only thing that a records request is entitled to for electioneering, for instance, is the name and property address.
Okay.
So that's the most conservative amount of information to be given out.
If I may, within the PII categories, that is, the address is considered PII.
So,
But I think you're speaking from the POA perspective.
no, for the PII, it's if you have a data breach and you need to notify, you have to have a combination of information. It can't just be.
That's right.
Your name and address. That's not enough to trigger. It needs to be like your name, address, social security. I'd have to look up the citation.
Please do, because, again, in my world where I lived, I had to deal with the categories, and you're right, there is categories individually, and then there's combination. So I don't want to give judgment, but I think that's something we need to look at.
So,
I motion to defer this matter until legal counsel can come back to this board by the October working session of 2024.
Sounds good to me.
second.
All those in favor, say aye.
I wanna comment on
Please
that
do.
one.
Yeah, sorry.
I actually would favor having council work with the EEC instead of it coming back to the board,
Okay.
and they can work it out, and if they do work it out, then they can bring it back to us.
Sure.
Is that,
Yep.
but
That'd be
Second,
a substitute motion.
second.
Director Juszczyk, what is your substitute motion?
I would motion to refer item 23 back to the Elections Committee to work with council on a solution to be brought back to the board at the Election Committee's desired date. If it,
Well,
Well,
already,
we need it we need it before the first of the year because we're going to be giving these candidates this information.
Yep, October.
okay, then give
October.
date. Got
End of
anyone?
Make
October.
it the November date
No,
that you
the
just.
same
Yeah.
one? Yep,
Same
November
November.
It's
1st.
always deferred.
Okay.
November
Only the
1st.
issue is.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
The
That's unanimous of all
motion is
present. The motion-
substituted. Now
the
we need the
substitute
motion
motions?
on the same, vote on this main motion,
Right.
Mr. President.
Yes. Do we need to recite that again and do a
No.
sit? Okay. All those in
Brittany's
favor
got
of the substitute motion, say aye.
As the same main motion.
Main motion, yeah. Good. All unanimous. Thank you very much, guys. So moved. Great. Is that it?
We're out of here and it's
we
only-
went through every
Thank
single
you
one.
very
It's
much.
only 8 o'clock.
Speed of light.
I just want to make one comment.
Please.
I really appreciate what Brittany's done over the last year or so, especially when the staff changed and some of the stuff got noticed by her and the staff that it needed to be fixed. Kudos to her, kudos to Mac and his staff. This staff, I've lived here for 42 years. The staff you have now, headed by Mac, is probably the best one I have ever seen since I've been living here. So I want to congratulate Mac and his staff for doing a tremendous job.
Thank you. And I also want to extend our thanks to you and Richard and the rest of the committee members for all the hard work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Really appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, will you favor a 5-10-minute recess for a bio break, just to give you a chance to refresh and everything? Does that work? Okay. We will come back at 8:10. Okay, we're back from our recess. The next item on our agenda is the proposed design guidelines. Mr. Adams?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. So we are.
Cam, just give me one, let me make a double check. Margaret, can you hear us? Trevor? He's on, so I'm sure he's okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
Awesome. So we are finally here, and we are very glad to be here to present some work that has been in progress for the last 2 years. So if you all will recall, we have been working on the design guideline revisions that we are proposing, basically in a staggered approach, a phased approach to the board since basically 2022, with these design guidelines having been approved for moving forward to the board back in January, June, and October and November of 2023. So Board Operations Committee at the beginning of this year, when it existed, reviewed this and provided some recommendations. And so those recommendations were discussed by the DRB, and they implemented some of them. And the board, the DRB, conducted a public hearing in which we have our Vice Chair, Michael Bianchino, to provide you all with feedback is consistent with Resolution 3, with amendments to the design guidelines. In addition to that, LaShonda Graham, a new but not so new face for you all, is our Community Standards Manager, and our DRB Secretary will be able to answer questions related to the design guidelines that are proposed before you this evening. The goal of tonight and intent of tonight is to not redline these design guidelines this evening. So if the board has comments, we are more than happy to accept them. If there's a decision that you all would like to defer, feel free to give us suggestions that we can come back to you all with something that is more substantive to what you believe to meet the criteria that the membership would like to have in a design guideline. So with that, I will kick it over to our DRB Vice Chair, Michael Bianchino, that will walk you through the public hearing feedback.
Thanks, sir. All righty. Good evening. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. My name is Mike Bianchino. I'm at 2060 Lake Audubon Court, just for the record there. As Cam mentioned, we had a meeting on the 21st of May. And that was the public hearing to gather member feedback on the proposed revisions and additions to the guidelines. Staff presented additional changes requested by the DRB during that meeting, incorporating feedback from both the Board Operations Committee and comments received during the meeting on April 16th of 2024. A bunch of that information I think you all are familiar with already, so just jump into a couple of comments and member feedback that was presented during that meeting. So Lonnie Harrison, president at Hunters Woods Condominium, provided written comments included in your package related to the Virginia Code and Condominium Act, ensuring any established guideline for condominiums made clear to explain condominium association versus unit owner responsibility in design modifications. Allie Platt, the manager for the Thoreau Place condominium, provided some written comments included in the package again, related to ensuring any established guideline for condominiums made clear unit owner permitted modifications and general verbiage suggestions. Walter Schaub, that's at 2106 Owls Cove Lane, provided written comments related to lighting and string lights and other policy recommendations that the DRB should consider. And finally, Carolyn Kirby, president of Walden Cluster at 2057 Swans Neck Way, inquired whether it was too late at the time to review proposed changes and offer cluster feedback. Again, during that meeting, staff encouraged the cluster to submit their feedback, assuring that it would be reviewed at a Board of Directors work session, date of which had yet to be determined. Additionally, staff has received feedback from condominium leadership and members, which are again attached and included in the attached documents. So again, I'm just presenting that as the feedback that we'd gotten thus far. Turn it over back to you, Cam, or do you want to go? Would you like to go?
Are you ready for us?
Absolutely.
Yes, so if the board has questions for the vice chair, you are more than welcome to do that based on the public hearing feedback.
Thank you. Let me start with Director Santa.
I guess I have before we even get into substance, but there are folks in the room, and I feel like this, it sounds like this is a public hearing? This, it's not?
No, it's not.
But
Advertised as public comments on design guidelines?
So public comments were for member comments at the start of the meeting.
Except that some of us went to the
excuse me,
White House and
Mr.
didn't
President, Mr. President, I'm going to ask that we waive normal procedure and allow members who are here would like to comment, allow them to speak to it.
Absolutely.
If we can try and keep it to 3 minutes, as
Absolutely.
is our standard.
Absolutely.
I think as a courtesy, there may have been some confusion on the part of the member as to when the comments would have been appropriate.
Sure. Yeah.
So if with unanimous consent of the board, we can do that.
Absolutely. So moved. Thank you. Yes, thank you for providing that, because I was going to suggest the same thing. One of the members, just for awareness, one of the members in the hallway asked me if they could make comments. And I think because we have members here and we care about our members, I think we have to allow them to speak. And to Director Farrell's point, each one will have 3 minutes to make their comments. So.
Before we do.
Please.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to apologize, but I remember last fall and winter going through a pile of documents that were about this tall. This pile is smaller than that. So I think you made reference earlier that this is the first of several to come before the board for adoption. Okay. And I'm sorry about this, but having lost my notes, I did give you my comments in writing. Did any of those are any of the comments that I made applicable to this package that's before us tonight?
I can't remember exactly, but the responses to the board operations committee's feedback is in the package.
It is.
Yes, it is. I can't tell you what page it is, but there's a memo that goes over the comments that board operations committee provided to the DRB.
Yeah, well, we're listening to the candidates. If you can help me find that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be great.
Absolutely.
It's very early.
It's a memo.
It's the first one after supplemental.
Okay. So we'll step to the side, and if you want to.
Yep. Just a clarification, Director Farrell, just for what it's worth, I had a quick conversation with Cam about some of us submitted comments going back to last year. Did you include those? What was that? And he assured me that he took those to the DRB. They educated most of them. And
Thank you.
They've been updated and so on.
I
So
see
I feel.
I see them now.
I see your point.
Somehow
No
I
worries.
missed it earlier.
Let me start with member comments. How many members are available to make comments? We've got 1 and 2. Since you talked to me first, I would ask you to go first. On the podium, you've got 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Identify by address.
Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Post. I live at 11557 Maple Ridge Road. I can appreciate all the hard work that's gone into previous public comment periods and discussions I've even had with Cam directly. But several things have happened in the last few months related to the relax situation and the mechanical equipment design guideline that you've considering this evening. Here it is. If you look in the middle of the page, this is for clusters. It's this document here. It says a little tree emblem on the left, the second one down. It says for all other projects, you must complete an application and obtain a cluster board officer and 2 neighbors' signatures. Your application will be reviewed by staff. There are 2 huge problems with that verbiage. And I've discussed this previously, so I'm kind of surprised that it does not include the suggestions I've made previously, but 2 neighbors. Now, what we've had is we've had applicants for air conditioning systems game the system. If they're got a friendly neighbor on one side and an unfriendly neighbor on the adjacent side, both of which will be very impacted by a piece of equipment in their backyard, they'll go to the friendly neighbor, and then they get somebody else who's not even close to them to sign off on the application. This must say 2 adjacent neighbors because, and obviously there's an end unit problem, adjacent where, but in Hickory Cluster where I live, there are house after house after house within groups, and an air conditioning system will very likely, in many situations, at least 50, I think, out of the 90, impact both adjacent neighbors. So this must have two adjacent neighbors, not just two neighbors, but two adjacent neighbors. So the other thing is, application will be reviewed by staff. Only staff? If that's the case, then you lose all transparency because the applications are not made public. We've had this situation already where apparently two applications went through the process, ended at staff, did not make it to DRB. We cannot get the applications to look at them. They were passed. We've got proposed standards for the cluster, which were never approved by DRB, that are being used as the basis for approvals. And we've had at least one unit that was even above those standards in terms of decibel level. So, this process is very close to becoming a farce. I appreciate the hard work that, all the people involved and, Cam's working diligently, but, there are some holes here. And I'd like to, I'd be glad to sit down with Cam if he's willing and, work through a couple of these things, but those are the two things in particular that I see here. Pathways and walkways for clusters, fine. Lighting, we do have a problem with that. It was somewhat self-limiting in our neighborhood because the fixtures, the diffusers could be either glass or plastic. A bright incandescent bulb would melt them, gets too hot, burns out too quick. Now we've got LEDs and other CFLs even that are much, much brighter. They are now next to, got very bright lights next to bedroom windows, master bedroom windows. And I know one neighbor who cannot sleep in her room without putting cardboard up in her window because the darn light is just too bright, within 10 feet of her bedroom. And she's getting violation letters from the cluster saying you can't put cardboard up. Oh, who likes the cardboard? Thank you.
Yeah, can we ask a question?
So the lighting one that you were just speaking, the lighting one that you were just speaking to, can you tell us a little bit more about what in the new draft you would like to see changed?
The draft does not appear to deal with wattage. It mentions wattage under glare on page, I guess, 14, but it doesn't really deal with magnitude. It deals with location and other issues, but not magnitude. And this is at least becoming a problem in our neighborhood because of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry, I had
You go ahead.
I also had a question for the gentleman.
Sure.
You mentioned concerns about lack of transparency, and I wonder what your suggestion or preference would be.
When the applications go through staff and then to a DRB panel or full DRB, the applications are publicly published on your website so that everyone has access and there's a disclosure of what's going on and we can see if there are issues there. For instance, if somebody has misconstrued, an applicant has misconstrued the decibel level of the unit they're suggesting or hasn't even provided that information, then we can see it and bring it up and call it out. However, if it ends at staff, that stuff is not published publicly. It may make life easier for certain parts of the process, but in terms of transparency for everyone else who may be involved in the process, whether they're an affected party or a member who wants to make an interested party comment, it is helpful on this high impact situation specifically where you've got air conditioning units, cheap as noisy, expensive as quiet. Not everybody wants to pay for a quiet
So you would
one.
want that publication at the time of an application?
Should be somehow public knowledge, but I don't know how you do that without putting it out for the DRB.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Director Fowler.
I do. You use the term adjacent, and I don't want to play lawyer on you, but I'm condemned to have that profession. Not much longer, I hope. So adjacent and a butter are two different words, and they have two different meanings. A butter means the person next door. Adjacent could be anybody in the cluster. So tell me which one you meant to use.
I don't mean anyone else in the cluster. I mean the immediately next door abutting party wall neighbor.
You just did it. A butter.
There you go.
That's the word.
That's what
That's the
you're
word.
looking for is for the butter notice.
Good point.
Thank you. Director Perry.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, Director Perry.
And thank you for allowing me to speak. by the
Sure.
way.
Director Perry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not, hello,
Yes, I can see you.
hi, thank you. You mentioned this when you spoke about it. So for those townhomes that are end units, since you've made it very clear that it must be two abutting, do you have a suggestion for those townhomes that cannot, in any feasible fashion, facilitate that?
What do you mean facilitate that?
They don't have two abutters.
They don't have two
Well,
abutting.
an end unit that then has community circulation space or community common area in between. I don't know, maybe it has to be a case-by-case basis because there are many different configurations.
So I think that we need to be very careful how we look at this and how we address it, because putting in qualifications that some of our members cannot meet is not a reasonable resolution.
Good point.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Same process, name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm going to pull this down quite a bit.
There you
Thank
go.
Hi, I'm Sue Bidwell. I live at 11002 Ring Road, and that's North Reston 20190. And I've been a Reston homeowner since 1972. So I've been around for a while for this. I agree with the gentleman who spoke before me in terms of feedback for projects. I'm not sure what the answer is, but we do have an unusual, I don't want to get specific, but it's an unusual treatment that no one can figure out who actually approved this, because even the people next door have no idea what it is. And I've had contractors come to me and say, how did they ever approve that? So it's not just us, it's other people as well. But I didn't come to say that. I had a chance to go over all the guidelines yesterday, and I thought overall, they were really good. My experiences as a homeowner in a townhouse and a detached house, and I realized how absolutely ignorant I am about condos, because they're completely different issues. So I had a hard time identifying with some of that, but some of them are very, very specific. Okay, so overall, I think the committee did a good job, so thank you. I do have one suggestion, though, and maybe this is the next step, is that I wondered when the last time the composition of the Design Review Board had been reviewed to see if that was appropriate. Does that happen often?
Appropriate in what way?
Who's on, how the Design Review Board is constituted?
It's in the deed.
Pardon?
It is in the deed.
It is what?
So the composition, you mean the members on the design review board?
Yes.
So
There's terms.
they operate on a term basis. They're appointed. They
Okay.
come for interviews and.
But it's heavily weighted towards architects or planners or okay.
Required by the deed.
By the deed.
Okay, I wondered if that at some point might be under consideration. My concern is, and again, thinking of the same situation, is if you have a plan submitted by a developer or an architect, it may be that if that's approved, even though it's unusual, it might suggest professional bias. Okay. And if there were more representatives of who voted on that, or who represented more representative from the communities, I think that might be perceived as more fair.
Okay.
And that's really it.
Just Jack, do you have some comment?
We have actually a board subcommittee that is starting to look at deed items. And you're going to see on RA's website in the coming weeks an announcement about that and a form for members to fill out. We will certainly I'm on the deed subcommittee of the board, so I'll certainly take your comments back to that group. But you will see something out there very soon, because the deed is something that we don't change very often, because it's the core document for RA. But you will see that advertised out there in a form to fill out. And that would be a great comment for us to look at. Thank you.
Mr. President, before our member walks away, what we're trying to convey, ma'am, and you might want to stay in front of the microphone. Oh,
Speak up. Speak up.
holy smokes. Once again, the composition of the DRB is set out in the deed, and council's going to tell me what section that is.
Section 3.6A.
3.6A, ma'am, and I would encourage you to look at it.
I'm sorry, where is it found?
It's in
the
the
deed.
deed. So there are three governing documents, okay? We have the Articles of Incorporation, and all of these are on the website. We have the Articles of Incorporation, we have the bylaws, and we have the deed. Changing the deed requires a referendum. It's very difficult and expensive to change the deed. I think we've done it twice in 60 years. So, and basically the composition of DRB was set out by Robert Simon. If a architect, there are conflict of interest rules also, so that an architect who sits on the DRB cannot act on one of their own applications. So if changing the deed to change the composition of the DRB is something you think that we should consider, you're going to want to look at that section of the deed and tell us how you want us to change it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, I'll do that. And it may be that, I mean, this is not an immediate thing. Maybe there are other things that have to be changed too, that could be looked at as one possible thing that might benefit the community. The community is really very different than it was when Robert Simon was in charge. Lots of changes have taken place. And even I came during just the post-Simon period, and most of those people are gone now too. So it's maybe it's time to look at it and
Yep.
see what's appropriate and what's not.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Obviously, we'll look into this course. Thank you.
Oh, thank you
Yeah. Thank you, Brittany. I was about to ask. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments for our
Member
DRB?
comment? I don't see any other
I don't
members.
see any member comments. Yeah, I was referring to the board members here. Yes, Dr. Jeshak.
So I would like to start doing some motions, but I wanted to know if there are any board members who had, what are each section? Each of the design guidelines have a name. If there are any of them that you would like to discuss further, and maybe what we can do is a blank slate of ones that we don't have issues with in a motion, and then get to the ones that we might have more questions or discussion on. So is there any board member that has?
I need to inquire of staff, if it's all right with the chair, with the president, regarding the list from the BOC. I have it now, thank you, and thank you for pointing it out to me, Director Dodd. It's in going through the package that you were bringing forward to us tonight, I don't see that any of the comments, only a couple of the comments relate to the design review changes that are before us tonight. As far as I can tell, decks, ground level is up for us tonight. Lighting is up for us tonight. I don't know if any of the others from Bach, but I'm fine. It's interesting to me that of those, there wasn't a response from DRB or staff regarding those comments.
So the ones that are on the schedule tonight are heat pumps. So it's number 1. Landscaping, planting walkways and related structures, and lighting. The general overview, which is 8. 9, string and holiday lighting. Condominium is on the item as well. And there was staff comments. Some of the changes that you see, if you did not see them, the DRB elected not to move forward. They didn't think that some of the comments were substantive, which is why we have the vice chair here. So if you'd like to go through.
Let me make sure I've got them right. 1, 4, 6, 9, and 10.
8, 9, and 10.
Can I understand why on heat pumps, why there was just, why, what was the basis for not making a change?
The design guideline did not require screening. It just stated that screening was an option.
It's not how I read it. I read it as requiring screening.
I think that the DRB can require screening was a comment.
And that's the point, that requiring screening will cause the heat pump to die faster.
So most of our cluster associations actually have a requirement that screening be in front of their air conditioning units to screen them from front view, street view of their homes. So it's a pretty standard concept across the board in terms of.
So it's limited to
John,
those circumstances?
Point of order. I had a question and it didn't get answered by the board members, and I have an issue with that one, so it's gonna come off my motion list. Can we defer discussing?
I'm happy to do it either way.
Yeah.
I just, having assembled these comments, and when I look at them,
I agree,
there's.
but I'm gonna pull that one off anyway of the main one, so let's
Yeah.
have that discussion. Is there
Is that
any
okay with you?
others? And because
Yeah.
I just got decks from you. Lighting. I have shed and storage boxes on my list, and air conditioning / heat pumps, which the staff renamed to mechanical equipment, if you are looking from that.
So
Is there any others that board members would like to discuss?
No. Let me just do one more. Any board members, and those online, Director Perry and Garwatch? None. Thank you.
So then can I motion to adopt the amendments as proposed with the exception of, I just said, air conditioning / heat pumps or new term mechanical equipment, decks, lighting, shed / storage boxes, and that's it. Someone want a second?
Second. Discussion?
Were there other ones, the other ones you're going to go ahead with, or?
There are exceptions.
Those are the exceptions that are not going in this motion.
Just to
All
clarify,
the other ones would be approved via this motion.
just to clarify, Dex is not in the package this evening.
It's shed and storage boxes, is what you meant. Yeah.
Okay.
Is landscape?
I thought you said that decks first floor were in the packet tonight.
It was on the list of Bach comments,
Oh, okay, so it's not on the list.
but it's not on the list for this
Okay,
evening.
so you're gonna have to wait for that one next time.
I'm really confused, and can I try this again? Because I may ask you to add it again. So in tonight's package for adoption, heat pumps are there? Okay.
Correct.
In tonight's, is landscaping there?
Correct. In terms of patios and walkways for single family and clusters.
Lighting is there?
Correct.
And general overview and string lighting and condominiums are there?
Correct.
Okay.
Any others?
I'd ask that all of those be accepted from the motion you're making.
So was there anything left?
The only,
Oh, yeah, there's lots left.
No, but that's
That was
presented
her-
tonight.
That was her motion.
that was her
Correct.
motion.
There's nothing for being
Was there-
presented tonight that remains after those things are taken
The
off.
only
You want the
exception,
overview. He wants the overview on the exceptions list, correct?
I'm just trying to make sure that your motion picked up the things that I was concerned about.
So the overview I did
don't- I
not
don't-
mention.
I don't think your motion addressed the patios and walkways, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you. Then patios and walkways and the overview one, which I don't know what it's called. Does it have a specific name, Cam? I know
So-
what one you're talking, what it is.
So we can pull it up if you'd like, but I want to make sure, because there's there's 4 different lighting standards or guidelines before you. Lighting decorative cluster, lighting decorative condo, lighting decorative single family, lighting security condo. So do you want us to pull it up so that we can?
No,
Okay.
it's all of them.
All
There's
of them.
some things that string lights are in all of them.
String lights is not in lighting security for condo.
Shouldn't be in security, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather just pull them off, and if we don't have to talk about it, then
Perfectly fine. So it sounds like the only one that wasn't on Jennifer's list is general overview.
General overview. Okay.
I think that covers.
So all the other ones, except those, will be approved through
I
this
made a
motion.
second.
Okay. Second? Okay. I think we've had enough discussion. All those in favor, say aye. That is unanimous, so moved.
So I would motion that the board members submit comments to staff related to the ones that are not on the list, and staff return answers to those questions so that we defer the rest of them to the next board meeting,
Would you like to put a time on this?
to the next board meeting.
Next board meeting.
26th.
Second.
September 26th.
Is that okay, or you want more time?
Aren't we going to have a huge meeting that night due to the first round of budget?
Yeah, I think we should.
First of
Yeah.
October
You
meeting?
want
First
October?
That's
meeting.
fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
1st of October meeting,
yeah.
whatever date
For
that one
staff,
is.
I can't see staff, so I just want to make sure that staff finds that
They
date
are-
acceptable
they
before I
are-
vote one way or the other.
They're agreeing to that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is there a second?
I did.
Okay.
Can we get clarification in terms of deadline for boards to submit their comments?
That's a great point. Today is the 12th, so by September 18th, which is next Wednesday, is that okay
Director
with the board
Juszczyk,
members?
I would suggest because this is not a very, very urgent thing, and we're going to have lots of stuff that we need to discuss on September 26th, instead of the first meeting in October, can we do the second meeting in October to give us more time?
No, you're saying no. At board, that's budget.
I'll just mention the second meeting in October has historically been a very big night on the budget.
Then I would offer that we think about the first one in November.
I'm fine
Yeah.
with that.
I think it gives everybody more time here.
Just a point of clarification, because this is a phased approach, we already were providing comments at the next board work session on the next 26 guidelines for review for the board. So if you'd like us to, we're happy to basically push so that we'd be going into the December regular board meeting. If you all saw the schedule that we presented the last time, that's basically what I would suggest if that's something the board would like to entertain.
So
So we'd be pushing the next set and taking up in early November the ones we are potentially deferring
Okay.
to get Q&A on.
Yeah, all I'm talking, yeah, I got you, Margaret. Hold on just a second. I'm looking at it from a board perspective. Everybody's busy. If you say, give us in 2 weeks, I will guarantee you, you're not going to get anything in 2 weeks, and you're going to have to ping and do this. Done that before. So I'm just being real about the deadlines.
So I said September 18th, which is next Wednesday, because I feel like we should all have our comments or our questions already, because we were supposed to prepare for this meeting. Is that too soon?
Well, I just tell my fellow director, I've already done it.
Yeah,
Right.
I've done it
So
too.
you got mine.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would.
But you're
hope
going to
that-
get answers
Yeah.
to yours now.
I'd like responses.
Director
Margaret
Perry.
wants
Yeah,
to hear.
Director Perry, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to hear from Cam, his opinion, because this has been pushed and pushed and pushed deadline wise so many times. And I know his staff has worked so diligently to get us this information. So Cam, could you please confirm what you would like to see so that this can keep moving forward and your staff does not have to keep waiting and waiting and waiting?
Sure. So I actually honestly believe that your membership would like to see this go through.
Okay.
It's not really up to staff. So we serve at the pleasure of the board. Happy to make sure that you all are aware of what we're doing, as transparent as possible. I know there were some comments tonight that we'd like to make sure that we respond to. So staff is prepared to do whatever the board directs.
Okay. Do you want to, what was the final date that we decided then? I'm okay.
So we're going to give our comments by September 18th.
Okay.
Without objection.
I object.
Okay.
But finish what you were saying, unless you want me to go.
And then this group is going to come back to us at the first meeting in November, because he asked for the dates. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, totally. I'm ready to discuss, and if it's a matter of giving everybody a 3-minute time limit for each board member to go through and say their piece so that you have it now, as opposed to us writing it, I think that may be faster, because I'm ready. So I yield myself to 3 minutes, or whomever, the time limit, a minute. And I've already shared with Cam already my comments. So I don't know if this is a matter of us hearing each other's comments, because it sounds like Cam has some of our comments already. So I object for that reason.
It's discussion.
Yeah.
That's a motion on the table. That's
Motion
her
is on the table. That's a
discussion and
discussion.
request of us.
Yeah. Any other comments on this?
I mean, I make a motion to talk about this.
You don't need to make that
No, you don't need
motion.
to do
We
that.
just, people just start talking.
This is discussion.
It's a substitute motion, so that's what she's making.
Yeah.
No.
We're discussing the motion
This is, yeah, that's right. We're discussing your motion.
So if you want to make comments, you can go right
Amend
ahead
it
in the
or-
course of talking about her motion.
I already made my comments as to why I object to our motion.
Well, I thought you were going to share comments specific to various guidelines.
Yes, but don't we need first to
And
vote?
that's appropriate to do during her motion. In
Okay.
consideration of her
She
motion,
can,
it's appropriate
yeah.
if you want to.
Yeah, all right, fine.
It doesn't, I'm ready tonight too, Izzy.
So do you want to withdraw your motion?
No?
No, because I want to get out of here tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. So string lights, I am opposed to it as it relates to clusters, condos, and single-family homes. My objection is to balconies. Several people, I don't know why we're micromanaging. I object to balconies, fencing. I'm confused by the fact that we say string lights may not be used for security purposes, but then however, we are saying that if you use them for motion sensors, they are allowed, and usually when you have sensor motion lights, it's because it is a security safety issue. So I suggest for staff to clarify that. Moving along to sheds and storages and decks, or whatever you want to call it, I'm opposed to having single-family homes be dictated that they have to apply for an application because they have 2 or more on their property. I don't understand why that was made. I object to the 10 feet for sheds, being the change that you made from 20 to 10. Where's my other? I have one more. Mine are quick. And Cam and I talked about this, and my question was, what was it that you and I talked about? That were like, why is it that if it's another material of whatever the shed is composed of, it requires a review of another staff level?
Plastic versus wood.
So I would like to I would like for DRB to consider that all materials can be reviewed by the one staff level for wood, because I don't think we need different levels of composition of material to be reviewed by other people. That's it.
Mr. President?
Director Farrell, go ahead.
On heat pumps, I hear you on that. Heat pumps in the front, that should be a cluster standard, not a DRB standard. And screening them in the front, okay, I get it. But they shouldn't need to be screened in the back, in the privacy yard. And I didn't see that distinction made in the document. And again, I come back to it. You screen those things too intently and you're cutting their lifespan in half because they need the circulation. And somebody needs to talk to mechanical guys, but I lost a heat pump because we didn't clear the snow away fast enough and it burned out. So I understand the aesthetics, but by the same token, we don't want to be in a situation where our aesthetics are imposing unnecessary costs on our membership. And if it's about screening in front yards, okay, then let's say it's about screening in front yards. But I really think that since that's unique to only some clusters, that really is a matter for a cluster standard, not a matter for a DRB standard everywhere. And it shouldn't be a matter of requiring screening everywhere. On landscaping, I haven't seen clarification language, but it's really, we're not an agent of the county, and I don't believe we should be requiring county permits as part of the DRB process. That's the county's job, and that's for the homeowner to deal with the county. We don't require building permits, and I don't understand why we don't have that clarified. On lighting, we've got a very subjective standard here. We say cozy and inviting. I mean, I don't want to have council defend that one. I mean, there are standards. There are temperature standards. There are wattage standards. There is an objective standard that we should be putting in here so that when I send council in to defend a violation, they can say it doesn't meet the standard. It's not this temperature. It's not this wattage, as opposed to cozy and inviting. And the problem is, if I can finish, I'm really want to hear from you seriously. To the extent that a court would rule our restrictions vague on one point, it really starts to. It's like dominoes. You know, if we're vague on one, then all of our covenants become susceptible to challenge. So, to the extent that we can come up with an objective standard there, I think we've got to do it. I'm not going to vote for something that says cozy and inviting. I want to see clarification on that affected parties have the opportunity to voice their concern. I didn't read that. I understand they're non-parties, but they need to be given the opportunity to be heard. And string or holiday lighting, there's no way in heck we're ever going to enforce holiday lighting prohibition. Just, the lights are down before we can get through covenants. There's been too much case law on holiday lights. I don't think we want to get in the middle of that fight.
Sure. So if I could just respond to that and make sure everyone is clear, we didn't go over which Bach comments were accepted by the DRB. So some of the things that you just listed were changed in the proposed design guidelines that's in the package.
Okay.
So cozy and inviting was removed. The Fairfax County requirements were removed. The affected party comment that Bob made when Bob was on the board related to the overview was substantiated and changed. So we were specifically talking about the heat pumps comment that was not changed. But that is the existing design guideline. Staff did not propose a change to the screening. That's not an edit that we're proposing. It's already in the design guideline.
Okay, so if the comments that were made resulted in a change, it would be helpful that that would be in a memo that says, yeah, we made that change.
And here it is.
And here it is, because I'm looking at a memo from March, and it didn't say that. So I could shut up and go away if I saw a memo that said that. And some people would be happy.
Can we get a memo?
Sure.
Thank you. We'll get you a memo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But
Okay.
I'd also like you to be thinking about modifying the heat pump language, even though it wasn't proposed for changing.
Absolutely.
Director Perry, you have your hand up?
I want a copy of the memo that.
It should be the whole board.
It's the whole board, of course. It's not a John memo. It's the board.
Thank you.
Plenty of those.
Yes. Director Perry, go ahead.
I've heard in regards to string lights and security lights and a number of times wattage requirements, and I would prefer to see a lumen requirement rather than a wattage
exactly right.
requirement.
Yes, yes.
So please, although you keep hearing the word wattage, I think that a lumen requirement would be much more effective than a wattage requirement.
I was going to make that comment. I think last year when we had the conversation, or I gave you my notes, we went through a similar thing. I think the LED wattage might be low, but the lumen equivalent is higher.
And that, Mr. President, that's all I was trying to get to,
Yes.
was that objective standard.
Of course, yes, thank you.
Whatever
Anyway, just-
works.
Yeah.
It's in there, guys.
No, it's in there as a watt standard. Where are you seeing what's the
String
latest
light
language?
should have warm
Where
colored.
are you seeing
Oh, page 21. It's under single family, but this is language that's repeated throughout the other ones. String light should have a warm color temperature ranging
Right.
from 2200 K to 3000 K to achieve a cozy ambiance, which I know you don't like the word cozy, but that that's the lumens, right?
No,
that's
that's
temperature. Temperature is
Should
not
we use
lumens.
the word lumens? Is that what, because we need to,
That's a different.
that's different.
Two
So
different-
help, then kind of help
Do you
us,
see
help
this?
staff.
You see the section that says string lights, illuminance levels, and color temperature.
Yep.
There it says each bulb should be no more than 10 watts.
So you're saying
Adhering to
take
the
that
maximum
out?
allowable brightness
Yeah,
levels
at
defined
10
in the
at 10 watt-
County lighting
Yeah.
ordinance.
A 10
I'm
watt
sorry, my
LED,
mic wasn't on.
a 10 watt LED is very, very bright.
Yeah, 10 watt LED will knock your socks off.
Yeah.
So can we clarify for staff then?
Can I help for a minute, please?
Sure, jump in there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jennifer, to help you out, a 75 watt bulb, traditional 75 watt bulb is 1100 lumens.
Yep.
A traditional 40 watt bulb is 450 lumens.
So what are we suggesting staff do? Remove watts, but leave
Yes.
the 2200
Watts
to
should not be referred
3200K? Is that our
Yeah,
suggestion?
wattage is very difficult because there are LED options,
And
et cetera,
because-
et cetera, et cetera.
Because watts refer
So-
to the usage of electricity, not to the
Correct.
output.
Right.
Lumens refer to the output.
So Mr. President.
I understand that. I'm just trying to get staff clarification on what we
Right.
would
Why
ask
don't
you.
we just, yeah, why don't we
I would
just
think
get
that
staff
staff
to,
would be very familiar with lumens, and
Exactly.
if they're not,
they can reach out.
They can learn it. Yeah.
I'm sure they can reach out. I don't think staff needs any direction other than to please consider putting in a lumen directive versus a wattage directive.
That's
Yes.
it. Thank you.
And-
Director Farrell, go ahead.
And Director Juszczyk, you still want the temperature,
Yes.
because the temperature is
For
color.
Yeah.
So it's, you
that's
want a
right.
color range and you want a lumens for, those are the two standards you want when you have, in this day and age with lighting.
Yeah, just to summarize, Cam, you know what those are. And all we're asking is just please make sure that you use good metrics
Take out
that,
watts.
that,
use
that
lumens.
specify the brightness and the lumens and, all that stuff.
Can I just
You
ask
do it.
one question? Is there anyone who does not want a design guideline for string lights? Because we can, if that's the consensus of the board, that's what we would propose to come back to. We need a design guideline that says no application for string lights in order to substantiate complaints that come through the process, since any exterior change or improvement requires an application. So that's why we propose what the language that's in here. So if there's consensus about string lights being a no application, let's say that.
Can I
Go
be heard
go
on
ahead,
that?
Director Dunn.
So, and forgive me, I'm looking at page 21, and I don't understand the difference between the red coloring and the blue coloring here, but at the bottom of the page, you do have duration of operation should be no more than 3 months. And I certainly would support that, some provision, so that people don't take this holiday lighting as justification for unlimited time of lighting.
And if I
Thank you.
may, yay.
Go ahead, Director Perry.
Cam, if it's, a temporary, someone's putting it up for an event in their backyard, something like that, I don't think. But if it's something where it's going to be a substantial amount of time or year round, I would like to see something. I have a great example for you, right off Soapstone. Feel free to drive down Soapstone any night of the year, and you'll see it lit up. That would be between Glade and Lawyers. So if it's if there is a standard that can be put in place for, like you've put for holiday lights of this amount of time or something to that effect, I don't have a problem with people using them, but to have a requirement where it has to go through the board and meet certain requirements if it's going to be longer or year round, I think that's appropriate.
Thank you. Director Farrell.
So I think we're going to have 9 different opinions here, but I don't think we should be regulating lights that are only up there for 90 days or less, like holiday lights. No. Speaking as somebody who puts up holiday lights. And But but to the extent that somebody, and I have people in my neighborhood who have string lights that are up from the spring until the fall in their backyard, in my townhouse community. I don't find them to be objectionable, but I can imagine that there may be circumstances in which we ought to give the neighbors a chance to be heard. And so within that context of, a semi-permanent situation, I think, yeah, let's take them through a process. But when you're talking about lights that go up fundamentally from Thanksgiving and fundamentally come down in early January, the DRB's got enough to do. Yeah, and we don't, there's no way in heck we're going to ever enforce anything there. I mean, we're just not going to do it. By the time you bring the enforcement action, they're gone. They're gone. Yeah. So, I mean, that makes no sense. Yeah. But the person, the household who has the patio festival lights that are up for 8 and 9 months a year, yeah, they need to get a Mother May I. That's Farrell's view. The rest of the board can have different views.
Let me get Director Juszczak and then Director Flashman, who had his hand up. Did you?
I would still like to vote on my motion because this is exactly what I thought was going to happen. So I want to make sure I'm clear before I give my comments, though. So Kim, if you can indulge me. String lights are going to require an application that staff can review.
Correct.
There is no standard that has been submitted in which string lights can be put up without any kind of review.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Farrell.
Flashman.
I'm sorry.
Can I introduce my friend or?
I didn't understand that. Are you saying that holiday string lights require a review?
Correct, which is why I objected. If you go to page 20 at the bottom and read that.
How can you make that?
Read where the tree is, that's where that string light standard starts.
Director Flashman.
May I proceed?
Please proceed,
Yes.
Director Flashman.
Sorry.
I just want to make one point, and that was one of the commentators to the draft regulations noted that if there is a 3-month limit, someone could simply discontinue it for a day or two and then have another 3 months. So you want to be careful of that.
So just to clarify, permanent string lights at so the design guidelines are not explicit in prescribing what is and what is not allowed. So the way that you're reading it, Jennifer, is actually permanent string lights require an application of the staff consultation level. So
But that's not the way page 20 reads.
if you look at the section that's above it, so sorry. If you look at the section above it on page 20, it says, for all other projects, you must complete an application and obtain neighbor signatures. Your application, this is for single family, a staff consultation, and it goes into string lights on houses, blah, 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 blah.
So,
but it defines duration as a permanent string lighting as a lighting that remains operational.
Right, so are you saying that section review guidelines only applies for projects other than, you may be telling me that that's how you read it. That's not how I read it. And if it's difficult for legally trained board members or others to read it, then it's not adequate for our members, right? It needs to be more clear. And so if holiday lights that are not in excess of 3 months do not require an application, let that be crystal clear from these documents. I don't want people to think they've got to jump through hoops. Right?
So Cam, let me just summarize. I think what you're hearing, all the comments, there needs to be a lot more clarification. There are some elements, structural elements in there that need to be clarified with the right parameters. Example, instead of wattage, lumens, and maybe even combination of lumens and temperature, something to that effect. And basically, please, as you read this, I think that the last comment that I'll make on behalf of my colleagues here is, think of us members reading this, not from your perspective, but from their lens. Is that clear enough for them? Do they understand it? So I think that's a take away from me.
A page can easily be taken out of
Absolutely.
context.
Yeah.
And unless there's an outline that shows how it is
Is that
organized,
clear for, Is that clear? Good, good. So with regards to your motion,
Can we vote?
are we ready? Let's recite your motion one more time so that people can.
It was a long motion. I can give you.
Brittany, do you got it?
I can give you the gist of
Give
it.
us a short version.
Just give the
Well, give
gist
us
of
a
it.
short
Hey,
version.
Cam has it.
Everything except for general overview, lighting decorative cluster, lighting decorative condo, lighting decorative single family, lighting security condo, mechanical equipment cluster, mechanical equipment condo, mechanical equipment single family, and shed storage boxes condo, shed storage boxes single family can move forward with approval.
Okay.
Which we voted on.
We already voted on that.
So then
next
this is
motion
the
is-
one where I said, let us submit questions
time?
to staff
So you
by,
said September 18th, comments by the board, and the October board work session.
Sure.
which we changed to November.
To November.
And,
November 1st.
and are we going to have, and I don't know if this is part of your motion or
Okay.
not, is staff going to be directed to respond
Yeah, that was
to
part of the
the
motion.
It
board
is part of the motion.
recommendations
Correct.
specifically? Okay.
Did we get a second for that?
We did, John seconded.
John seconded. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. So moved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Before
coming
we move
out.
on, I
you,
have
guys.
things
Sorry.
outside for this topic.
Side note, holiday lights are not just Thanksgiving through New Year's.
No, I agree.
There are other holidays.
Okay, Cam and company, before you guys leave, I really want to appreciate, thank you for all the work you've done.
Thank you. You've worked
This
hard.
is not easy. It's a huge document, and I know it takes a lot of effort to put into this, and kudos to you and your team. Yeah,
Shonda did all the heavy lifting.
all of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sean.
thank you. Okay, Director Jeshtek, did you have something else?
Yes, I have a comment related to our member that spoke, and I'm sorry, I forget your name, sir. Michael. So when Michael came up to the podium and spoke, a couple months ago, we had an overview of the DRB session that Cam and his team came up and did for us. Those comments that Michael said to us tonight were the comments I referred to that evening, in which it is very difficult to get access or to understand what your neighbors are doing. Fairfax County has a very transparent process because, and they also have a system, right, that you can go and look that up and also set your notifications up. We do not have that within RA, and so the timing between even when those come to a panel or come to the full DRB, the time between when staff can get all the information posted, goes to the DRB is actually a short window. So I think that when something is going to go to staff only, and members feel like they don't have the ability to see it because they can't request it. If you request it from Cam, he says no, because it's behind that wall. Unless it goes to a panel or the full DRB, we as RA don't give out that information in that application, and we have no way to set up that says, okay, Jennifer at 2010 Upper Lake would like to know if at 2012 and 2008 Upper Lake, if anything is submitted, I'd like to be notified. We don't have a process like that. So I think that's why we see that members are fearful of moving things to a staff review level, and it's not the staff competence at all. It's they don't have the purview, they don't have the view into it. So for some reason, and I said this a couple meetings ago, if we can solve that problem, I think that there's a lot of other things that could probably be deferred to staff as long as our members felt like they had viewpoints into it. The second thing regarding not just this set, but all of the DRB guideline changes that are coming our way, is I had sent an email and checked with our general counsel if these had been reviewed by outside counsel. Because a lot of design guidelines, some, across the country end up in courts. And there's a lot of court cases, of people saying, I don't think an HOA should be able to do that or be able to hold me to that standard. These were reviewed by Tony, but they were not reviewed by outside counsel. And I would like to get some feedback from our fellow board members. If you feel like, because I'm kind of leaning towards feeling like we can't have general counsel know all these case laws that are out there, and maybe it might be prudent to have our changes reviewed by outside land counsel that lives in this environment. But I'm kind of leaning that direction. I'm not sold enough to do a motion on it.
Any
President,
discussion?
can I ask counsel a
Please do.
question? Mr. Champ, you don't personally go to court to bring enforcement actions on the covenants. Is that my understanding?
No, not for Reston Association. I have in the past for
No.
other organizations.
I understand, but currently, that's
Cor-
not, right. And so currently, we use outside counsel to bring our covenant enforcement actions.
Correct, yes.
So thank you. So following on Director Juszczak's observation, does it make any sense to have the enforcement council take a look at this? And is it a huge budget impact to do that?
I would think it would be a substantial expense. Budget impact? I don't know. But you're
What kind of
talking-
number do you think we're talking about, Mr. President?
Kim, how many total guidelines are you trying to amend?
Upwards of 75.
75? Figure $400 an hour.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Significant.
So, I mean, if Director Juszczak's suggestion were to be followed, it would make the most sense to have our enforcement council take a look at that. Given Mr. Champ's background, I'm not convinced that it's a good use of our resources right now, because it just would be impossibly expensive to ask our enforcement council to go through that process. But if it's the will of the board, then it's the will of the board.
So I would concur with that. I mean, you're talking, assuming they take an hour for each one, which, maybe they don't, but probably they do. You're starting at $30,000. Now, if you want them to review a specific one because you're concerned about a specific one, then, that's maybe something different. But I certainly would not support at this time sending it out as a whole, only because I feel confident that between staff and Tony and the 3 attorneys sitting on this board, that we can, certainly spot anything that we think could be a potential problem.
Director
So I just had a question for Cam. You were asked how many standards you were reviewing. How many are you suggesting substantial changes to? Because I don't think the ones that are unchanged would require council review at this point.
This evening, you had the luck of having something that we were adding changes to, but most of the design guidelines that we're recommending are actually just changing review levels. It's not substantive changes to the content within the design guidelines. So while there's maybe 75, we're not adding any new language. We're just changing what could be reviewed at a lower level. I couldn't give you the number, but I could come
So
back with
maybe-
that information.
But maybe like 1 in 4, 1 in 5 is
approximately.
being
Yep.
substantially changed.
That's a good. Yep.
So let me propose something. Why don't, Cam, could you look into this and working with Tony, trying to get an idea of what some use cases could look like?
Absolutely.
What potential scenarios could look like? And then, because in the absence of any good numbers in our hands, yes, it does make sense. It looks like it's going to be a cost, but we don't know what that cost is. So let's come back with that, if you don't mind, and tell us what you think, a couple scenarios. And
Yeah,
then
'cause if
based
it-
on that, we can at least make a decision.
Yeah, if it were a quarter of $30,000, that'd be a lot different
Sure.
question.
Does that work for you?
That's a great solution.
Director Farrell, is that?
I'm fine.
Yeah, just want to get board consensus on this. Council?
Withdrawn.
Thank you. I owe you a beer. Thank you, Cam. Great. I believe we are ready for Rec Quarterly.
Sure, so quickly, there was a video in the folder. Miss Kowalski is with her kids at back to school night tonight, so you will have to direct your questions to me regarding rec. Just a few things I wanted to point out. When we think of summer, we often think of the pools, but we did have an awesome summer camp season again this year. For those who don't know, we have a staff member named Catherine Caffrey who basically sleeps here for 3 months. So I thought it would be a good idea to shout her out because we had an awesome season last year. Compared to last year, I think we really knocked it out of the park this year. So there's a lot of updates regarding passes, things we've already discussed, 10,000 more member passes than last year, which is great due to free passes. We've talked a little bit about the non-member rate, and there will be lots of discussions, I'm sure, in the coming months about that. So happy to answer any questions after the video.
Fellow board members, yes, Director Farrell, go ahead. I have just one question.
I caught a lot of flack this summer from members who live in my neighborhood, which is south of the toll road. And Director Perry, I think, caught some too. When we look at the schedule, every pool south of the toll road was closed twice a week. Pools north of the toll road were closed once a week. And that struck me as inappropriate. And when I dug down, it turned out that part of the motivation, at least, I don't know if it's all of it, was that we're renting our pools out to swim teams that are not based in Reston. I don't know what kind of revenue we're making off of that. I can't imagine it has a significant budget impact. But as we go through the budget this year, I'd like to zero that number out.
Dr. Farrell, if I may, I think we discussed this about a couple of weeks ago, and I think they agreed to, they heard us about the same.
I'm talking about it going into budget.
Okay.
So I, as a policy matter, I'm inclined to make a motion that we don't rent out our pools to organizations that aren't based in Reston going forward. I want the staff input on that because I want to know what kind of revenue we would be giving up. But to me, that's a policy issue. The other part, which I also think is a policy issue, is closing our pools before public schools start. This year, we closed the pools a week before the public schools started. I caught a lot of noise on that. I think we've got to have a budget that keeps the pools open until school's open. And I've heard over the years, well, we can't get enough staff. Okay. I had a member of the Finance Committee recommend to me that we take some number of the pools and outsource management of those pools to a pool management company because they don't seem to have any problem getting lifeguards to run their pools. I know pools that are open now and will be open until October. I've mentioned the J2 program. I'm not wedded to that. I'm just saying they've got this problem solved for all the pools that they manage at all the condominiums and all the homeowners associations. I can't believe that we can't solve this problem. There's got to be a way of solving the problem.
Remember, we talked about this again.
I understand, but if there's an issue for the budget, as I understand, as I read the budget, we're not putting in any money on this one. And then the last thing is closing pools that are heated before we close pools that are unheated. Again, you don't want to get the phone calls I was getting on this, on each of these three issues. And to the extent that our aquatics budget, as I understand it, isn't changing, it means we're going to have the same problem next year. And I don't want to have this problem ever again. I think that these are expectations on the part of the membership that they're willing to pay for. And so that our budget ought to reflect that these three issues are going to be resolved in the next budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Lusk, I had just one question for you. On the pool usage stats, I know they were bundled up in terms of the 4 pools together. It would be helpful if you can share, maybe at next time, the specific utilization numbers per pool.
So
It would be very helpful.
we've anticipated lots of conversation this fall about pools, so we've been preparing. So we'll have all the information everyone is asking for. We'll be prepared.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead.
So on camps, am I reading the slide right, that we sold about 2,000 a year slots for camps, but campers attending was 1,100, so like half the people that registered actually attend? Like, is that just drop right?
I think we might be looking at unique registrations there, so it might be people
Like multiple
registering
kids
for,
or something?
or people registering for
One
another
kid
camp. But
doing 2 or 3 sessions of camp.
right.
Okay, because I thought our drop, I'm like, are we collecting all this money and
No.
and these people aren't showing up? Okay, so that, I don't know, that's confusing, so maybe we do a
We can clear
different
that up.
time or
Sure,
something
yep.
next time. I would be interested in the ROI on pickleball and tennis lessons, which I already have on your list
Yep.
for another topic, but I wanted to make sure it stayed there. I'd be interested in non-member passes sold in 2019, pre-COVID. I'm kind of trying to compare like pre-COVID and now
Sure.
and how much of a change, because we had discussed last time about a potential budget shift because of the drop in non-member passes. So that would kind of help, I think, us going into budget. And then I have it in my notes in this section, and I don't know what slide it's from, but the plan for Lake Newport tennis member outreach, I thought I would think I'd have that under capital, but apparently I saw it somewhere in the recreation section. Do we have a plan for how to do that outreach?
Almost. So just as a read ahead for what we'll talk about probably at the end of the month, the Lake Newport tennis project has been moved, let me get my years right, 26 and 27, to use year 2025 as a public outreach year regarding the project. So Chris has started working with Rinker Design, who's our new on-call, to assist us with the outreach. So we're in the process of planning the outreach for Lake Newport tennis now.
Okay, so we have time then to bring that back up again. I would love, there are 2 things that I would love for you guys to consider as future goals that I kind of pulled out of this presentation. One is a review of the deck equipment that we have at pools. I see that that we're buying it, or it's getting dated, I think is what I read in the slides. I kind of feel like our pool, the type of pool equipment we buy at our pools is kind of like 1980s version of pool chairs and the like. So I would love to see kind of a goal to look at that type of thing in the future. And then the second goal is it said that we had I think it was 87% positive member services metric rate. So I would consider one kind of adding a metric for what is our goal, what is our satisfaction goal?
Yeah.
And maybe, I'm assuming you guys may study why those 13% would not be favorable, and is there anything that we can do to improve that, or is there any trends that you can kind of give the board on what that looks like.
So just quickly on member services, because I know we're trying to get moving. So we've actually implemented something, some of you may know from your professional lives, that a net promoter score or NPS.
Yep.
So we've started using that. We've never introduced that to the board. We actually had it in this presentation. I decided, we've never discussed it and I wanted to pull it out. But we're working on all of those things. So I feel like we can bring that back and have a robust conversation.
Okay, perfect. That's all
Are
I
you done?
had. Thank you.
I've got one final thing for you.
Sure.
On slide number 10, you have a typo.
Okay.
Oh, yes, there
You
it
did.
is. Oh, I know.
Sending typos to staff via email. I mean, calling them out
Director
in public
Perry,
on typos
Director
is
Perry,
ridiculous at this point, people.
point of order here. Director Perry, this is just a light comment. This is meant to be a fun comment. Don't take this seriously, please. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to capital, I believe.
No, I'll
Chris
tell you-
has been waiting very patiently.
I'll tell you later. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's move on. Peter.
Evening. Provided the presentation on the web video. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Chris? Great.
Yes, I have, of course.
Oh, you do? Of course you do.
I do.
Of course, we wouldn't be meeting without questions.
Okay, so on your presentation, it said that we were getting ready to do the document management system, is in phase 3. Is that it? Are we, because I've seen it several years and I'm just, is there 5 phases? Is there 3 phases? Or are we done?
I would say that we're going to get through the vast remaining documents we need scanned through this phase, but being that documents have a tendency to sort of, come up and be redeveloped and not always digitized, there could be another 4th phase, but it's probably going to be a far reduced level. We had, the last phase 3, I think we had something in the realm of 56,000 flat files to be scanned. So that got through a vast majority of it, but there are still others that are out there that we need to eventually get cataloged. A big element of this particular project is actually to get some document management built within the scanning, rather than just having raw files dumped into a system and then having to find ways of searching through all of it. Now we're actually going to try to implement something that's more user-friendly to actually search and catalog. Right. And then hopefully down the road, having maybe something tied within an asset management system to actually tie these flat files of all these facilities to a GIS system to make it far easier for staff to look things up and research if they need to.
I was not here last board meeting, but I wanted to make a comment because I have been asking for the last few years for staff to review our vehicle inventory. And at the last board meeting, there was a report on it and I wasn't there to comment. And I just wanted to say, thank you very much for taking that on. I know that it is not easy when a board member just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back, but I really appreciate the effort that you all took to really critically think about our vehicle inventory and other options that we could. And I'm hoping that you guys saw it in the end as a worthwhile exercise. But I think that it was time to do it, but I know that those are not easy projects to take on. So I really thank you for taking the time to do it. I have 2 things that if you could just take notes for future. One is Lake Ann Dam repair, because it's hopped all over the years in the budget. And I know that there's issues that we need to overcome. So I would just love to kind of get your idea on what the status of that is and where it might go at some point. And then also Lake Thoreau West Cove, the location of that. There's lots of little fingers on Lake Thoreau, and I don't know which one we're talking about. And then the final thing that I have is a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I motion to defund the Reston headquarters carpet and painting project from Triple RF. I have it written. in the amount of $156,145, and the Lake House event tent from CARF in the amount of $15,000.
I'm sorry, your motion is to defund those?
These are canceled projects, I believe, correct?
They are canceled projects that were in Chris's report.
Gotcha.
Is there a second? Seconded. Director Grywacz, you have your hand up?
Not regarding the motion, so let's proceed
Okay.
with the motion.
Okay. Any discussion on this?
No, thank you.
Yep,
Don't
sorry, I
always
should
hear
have,
of
it's
where,
hard to figure out whether
No,
we
I
like
understand.
tell
Thank
your
you.
reason before or
Yeah.
do the
No, I
motion
got you.
before.
I got you. Thanks.
Let's see, we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Oh, Trevor's hand is up?
Yeah, he's.
For another
going to- For another
question.
question.
Not related to this.
Director Perry, can I see your hand? Yes, thank you. Oh, it's unanimous, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Director Grywacz, did you have something?
Yeah, I know our body has brought Chris forward and peppered him with a number of questions regarding projects that may have extended longer than anticipated or have run over budget. So he deserves his flowers when he has delivered such a success over at Glade Tennis Courts. To have that come on budget, to have that come under the timeline that he had anticipated. It's great to see. And, I know there are many more of those cases than anything else. And so while we do make, rightfully so at times, a big deal over things that do exceed budget or timelines, it's great to see, the success that you're having early at Barton Hills, what you've already done over at Glade. Just wanted to give you your credit for that.
Absolutely. Here. I'll second that, third that, and thank you for everything you're doing. Just keep it up. Keep it up. Save us some more money. Do your best.
Mr. President, before we let Mr. Shoemaker go home for that, I'm confused, and it's a state that I regularly achieve or descend into. When we talked about Lake Ann Dam, the last several times that we were graced with Mr. Butler's presence, he advised us that the regulations by the state regulatory body had not been adopted. Am I given to understand that they now have been adopted? And is that why we're putting money in a capital budget? Because we're trying to respond to adopted regulations?
So there was a slide on this in our PowerPoint for whenever we met at the Lake House to talk about budget with fiscal.
Yeah.
So just whenever I get this opportunity, I always like to say out loud that there are no operational issues with the dam. So just for anyone who's listening, the dam is functioning as it should be. The very first step we're trying to take with the dam is to get a study done and to get it funded partly through grant money with the state. Mike Reynolds is working on that now. The state has told us that they can help us with the grant program. So we feel confident that any study will be reduced by grant money from the state. So we're good there. As far as what the next steps are, what we get from the state at the Lake Ann Dam is a conditional permit.
Understood.
And we could probably get conditional permits until the end of time. What we'd like to find out is if we were to do something, what might it cost?
Right.
And how would we go about doing it?
Right.
Because eventually someone's going to say, why have you been on a conditional permit all this time? So, and this again, now we're kind of getting off topic, but this is why when we're looking at the capital budget, we think maybe just funding for next year is maybe what's appropriate as we look at all of these things. But, so your answer is yes, it's a paperwork issue. That's where we are. And those items have not yet been adopted, but we know that we're sort of out of compliance, and that's what they tell us when we get our inspections.
Well, so that was the answer that I was looking for at Lake House was the regulations haven't been adopted. They're in draft form. And they haven't been fully formalized. But based on what we know, that we may have to do some extra work at Lake Ann to comply with the regulations. In the meantime, Lake Ann's fine. The dam is fine.
That's right.
But that's what, I can't find any notice. We have a Virginia Register, which has all of our regulations in it, and I've been watching them like a hawk to see when they're going to be proposed and when they're going to be adopted, and there's nothing there.
Right.
So that's why I get confused, is like, okay, we're trying to comply with regulations that haven't been published and haven't been adopted. I mean, mind reading is a wonderful skill, but I don't expect anybody here to have it.
Right.
So,
Does this help?
Excuse me?
Does this help? Pete, does it help? Peter's response.
So that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, we're there. I got you.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Cluster outreach update?
Give me twice.
Oh, my God, Kim, of course.
Does that mean you have to pay overtime?
Go for it.
Good evening. I trust you saw the video we prepared. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions for the cluster outreach?
Can you speak to the CAI lawsuit on CTA?
Just 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mine relates to that, so I'll piggyback off of you.
Okay, go ahead. Good enough.
Sure. So, as many of you are aware, back in 2021, the Corporate Transparency Act was approved by Congress. It requires corporations to register certain personal, financial, personal information to the FinCEN, which is a government entity. Unfortunately, most of our sub-associations, actually all of them, fall under that criteria of $5 million and not a 501c4 and no more than less than 20 employees. So every association and Reston association will actually have to register with FinCEN. There's some penalties if you don't register with FinCEN, such as a $500 fine daily, up to $10,000, or jail for non-compliance. So it's a pretty serious situation. Many of you know that I serve on the board of trustees for CAI, and CAI actually filed a lawsuit this week against the Department of Treasury to seek injunctive relief to pause any enforcement until there's an determination in terms of whether or not community associations are exempt from this clause. The whole point of CTA was to prevent or identify money laundering and trafficking and those sorts of things. So every cluster association, condo association in Reston needs to be aware of this because it has serious implications. We believe that it could impact volunteerism with boards since it is such a substantial amount of personal information that boards will have to provide to FinCEN and register. I don't believe most of our sub-associations know about this, unfortunately. And so we've been educating as much as we can in terms of our cluster outreach, in terms of our Cluster Connect newsletter, and of course these reports to the board. So I really do believe that it would be an important fact for the board to kind of consider and discuss what options are available since Reston Association is the largest association in the Commonwealth of Virginia. There's things that you most certainly can consider to do if you'd like to, but I definitely think our sub-associations need to be prepared for this one way or the other. We have been CAI has been in communication with FinCEN to see if they are going to exempt community associations. They have not responded to that as of to date. So we believe and we hope that the lawsuit will apply some pressure to getting that determination. But until then, every association should be prepared to file as early as January 1st, which is the requirement for associations that existed before. Any association that is created, I believe, after January 1st of this year, will actually be required to file immediately. And it's an annual requirement.
30 days.
30 days, sorry, 30 days.
30 days on any change.
I motion RA to send a letter to our Virginia congressional delegation urging them to co-sponsor HR 9045, in addition to having staff widely circulate this letter to the membership and in media.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in, go ahead.
Is there anything else that you think we can do besides that?
I personally believe that it would be helpful for the association to engage with CAI in some aspects. Clearly, CAI has filed a lawsuit, so if there's that opportunity there, of course, I am not the spokesperson for Reston Association, so that needs to be from the association. But I definitely think being in contact with CAI would be helpful because The lawsuit that was filed, because the Small Business Administration also filed a lawsuit, they actually won the lawsuit in terms of injunctive relief, but it actually only exempted those that were members of the Small Business Association from being exempt from the CTA. And so if the lawsuit moves forward, CAI believes that only those that are members of CAI will fall under that exemption under the injunctive relief if it's granted. And I think the court case is Eastern District of Virginia, so Alexandria area, and it is going to be heard on October 18th.
Okay.
Counsel.
Go ahead, Counsel. Yeah.
Director Santa, I'm looking at your email. You did not provide a draft letter. So in order for staff to send a letter with the position of the board needs to take a position. My suggestion is that there be a motion. The Board of Directors for Reston Association believes that community associations should not be subject to this legislation. That would be my suggestion.
That would be,
No,
that would be an
Amendment.
amendment. Ask for unanimous consent to amend your motion to accomplish that language.
May I have unanimous consent from my peers so that we can take a board decision that says that we are against that we're against us being part of the requirement to comply with the Corporate Transparency Act?
By us, you mean community associations?
Correct.
Thank you.
Hearing no objections,
The motion is
the motion
amended.
is amended.
If you take the
Please.
vote, then I will vote on the motion, and then I will have something.
You want us to take a vote on, okay, those, on this motion now, all those in favor say aye. Margaret. Thank you, that's unanimous.
Okay. Mr. President, I'd ask Mr. Adams to tread carefully on the issue of whether or not our clusters are covered by this. I am aware of some clusters that have a letter from the IRS that say that they are a 501c4 and therefore would be exempt. So I know, and I've had some back and forth with some of my peers who do HOA stuff. And there is a decision that's on appeal that's saying that the whole thing's unconstitutional. And until that matter is resolved, it's unlikely that there's going to be any enforcement action. I agree with the motion we just took. I voted for it. But I wouldn't want, I think what we need to do is to convey to our clusters that they should consult with their own counsel as to whether or not they are a 501c4. We are, RA is, RA fundamentally isn't covered by this act when you look at the exemptions. But there is a great deal of conversation in the CAI attorney community as to whether or not homeowners associations qualify for a 501c4. So I'd like us to tread carefully here and not scare folks unnecessarily. If they have been filing a 990, which my cluster has been and others have, then the IRS has accepted it. You're a 501c4. So I think the best word for our covenant people is check with your counsel as to whether or not you're covered by the act.
I don't want to make a motion, but I'd like to request that our board president and CEO, now that we have a board position, see if there are other opportunities that would be helpful for us to get involved with.
I was about to
CAI.
offer that, so.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, I think I was going to comment on that and say that I think our CEO and the board president should think about connecting with CAI and at least have a conversation and get that going. So we'll take it.
Thank you.
Of course. All right. Thank you, Kim. Thank you again. Megan, thank you. Step room. Floor is yours, sir.
All right, good evening. I had my slides and my recording. I'll give a quick recap on that and an update, and then take any questions, and then give a quick, intro on the budget. per the slides and my recording, we only had actuals through the month of July at the end of last week. So I kind of gave my information through the end of July. And we were running, pretty much right on target on budget for revenues. And we were overrunning expenses by 72K by a little bit. And the end of the year forecast had us with a surplus of 139K. And I do now have the August actuals, kind of wrapped that up yesterday. And not a huge change. We're now only overrunning the expenses by 12K versus 72K year to date. So 60K improvement there, but not changing the forecast at this time. So still anticipating, about 139K surplus, but, still several months to go. So we'll see how that shakes out. I also provided some information. As you know, we've been underrunning staffing quite a bit throughout the year. I did some calculations, and that's approximately $1 million of savings, but about 400K of that was already assumed in the budget through the vacancy rate that we assume, or the attrition rate. And the rest of the bulk of it was used up through, some of the overruns we've had in aquatics and advocacy primarily. So I gave some information on that. That's kind of the update after the August actuals as well. And then on the budget, that was released yesterday. Pete on behalf of Max sent out an email with a number of files, and we also requested that board members contact us to try and set up a time. Ideally, we'd like to meet with each of you before we meet with the board on the 26th, which will be the big day to go through it. But hopefully you can set up a time to meet with us ahead of that. And, let me know if you have any questions before our kind of one-on-one meetings or before the 26th. If you'd like us to try and, prepare some responses prior to that, be happy to try and do that. And we'll be meeting with fiscal next week on the 18th. So we'll have their, inputs as well on the 26th when we all talk about it. So I think that's all I had, but happy to take any questions.
Any questions from any board members? Yeah.
I don't have a question, but I would like all the board members to put slide number 1 on your very favorite place to look at RA stuff. Because when I got to RA, we had no conservative factor, attrition factor, vacancy rate, whatever we want to call it, built into the budget. And the first year I made a motion to make it $100,000. And I think it took me 3 meetings before I convinced enough board members to take it. The second year, I did 250 and went through the same thing. We are now at a much better place in which there's a percentage, right? So it changes over time. So we're at, 378 or 379. But that has saved our members assessment money, but also allowed us to staff where the staff believe we should be, because there's a natural turnover that happens in organizations, and I just want you to keep that in mind as we enter into the next budget year discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Great. Thank you, Mr. Verma.
Thank you.
Yep. So we moved to defer our communications plan. Believe we are ready for our elections calendar here. Let's see, who's got the elections calendar?
Mr. President, I have a motion, but I have a question
Please-
before I make the motion, because I
please
may
go
want
ahead.
to amend it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at page 2 of draft 2, and it has on March 31st, which is the deadline to vote, 5 o'clock deadline, that we're sending a final email reminder to paperless voting members on the day that is their final day to vote. And it strikes me that if we're sending out an email to these people on that day, that if I get home that night, it'll be too late. So I'm wondering if we don't want to move that back to the 30th to send out a final email reminder to the paperless voting members?
That's a
So that
Sunday.
if they open it up at night, they
No,
can actually do.
that's a Sunday.
I would agree with that,
You don't
John.
want to send it out on Friday.
Yeah, okay, thank you, thank you.
Send there on
I'm
Friday?
advised, I'm advised
wanna
that,
change
that
it
the
to?
30th is a
What
Sunday,
do you wanna
so
change
if we
it?
can move it
Monday?
to the prior Friday,
Okay.
and what's the 28th?
Thank you.
Do we
So
want-
I'm
do you
gonna,
wanna- do you
I'm
wanna
gonna
make it a
move.
motion, or
Yep,
can you
I'm-
just do that?
I'm gonna, excuse me?
I have a motion to, can we do them as one?
You go ahead and I'll offer an amendment, how's that?
Well, we can combine them.
But I have a question to get mine done.
Go ahead.
February 28th does not have a time.
Can't hear anything.
Oh, you're mute.
Sorry about that. I did not see I wasn't green. On February 28th, there's no time in which voting opens, but we do have a time on March 31st when voting closes, which is 5 p.m. Does staff have a recommendation of what time is voting going to open?
Can you turn on your mic? You get to say that to us all the time.
You're getting me back, I get it.
Yeah.
So in the previous version, we had that time, where is it here? 5 p.m., I think it was.
It says 5 p.m.
So I would just recommend the same time.
It doesn't say 5 p.m.
We removed all of the times as recommended, as requested, except for the ones you listed in your motion.
We
So,
left, we left one in, but I think,
Yeah, we
removed
missed
that,
this one,
And
yeah.
I actually think we need that one, when it opens and when it closes. I think
Okay,
it's
so
important.
5 p.m.
So then I would motion to amend the elections calendar.
Draft
to-
two?
Draft two.
Draft two, right.
To add 5 p.m. on February 28th as the time that voting opens. To add the words, and post it to the website on April 8th. And to change the date on when the email to paperless voting members is sent out as March 28th.
Friday.
Friday, March
Friday,
28th.
Second.
Thank you. So just to be clear, you combined his.
I tried, unless you had another one.
Just included.
So,
Okay.
She picked it up.
perfect.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Second, you
yeah,
seconded that?
Seconded, yeah.
Yep, okay.
All those in favor say aye.
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 It's unanimous. So moved. Thank you. Okay. Okay, next item we have is Hunter's Woods.
Yeah, we approved the calendar.
Yeah.
That was pretty much.
Next item we have is Hunter Woods renaming. It's got my name under that, but since I wasn't here last time, and I know Director Grivewatch told me that it was discussed.
This is a,
No
this is,
action.
No action.
this is a 2-second update.
Please.
So at the last meeting, specifically Director Dodd and Director Johnson asked for just a brief update on how we might do some engagement. So there is an event on October 4th. It's a public event to sort of reopen the park, even though it's been open for a period of time.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a table there. People can submit feedback. We're going to take that feedback. Kara's going to do some sort of online feedback. So we'll have all the public engagement. I think we need to come back to the board with a recommendation sometime in the fall.
Thank you. Okay. I believe at this point, we are ready to go into executive session, right? I need a
Motion to enter executive session to discuss contractual matters, personnel matters, and consultation with counsel.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Mr. President, it's 5 minutes.
Thank you. Unanimous, 10:45. Do you all want a 5-minute recess?
My name is LaShonda Graham, and I serve as the Community Standards Manager and Design Review Board Secretary. In this presentation, I'll share feedback from the public hearing at the Design Review Board meeting on November 21st, 2024. I'll also outline the proposed changes to our design guidelines, which are intended to enhance clarity, streamline our processes, and improve service to our community members. Now I will go over the specific feedback we received from our members during the public hearing. First, we have Lonnie Harrison, president of Glade at Hunterswood Condominium. His feedback focuses on clarifying the Virginia Code and Condominium Act, especially in distinguishing the responsibilities of the condominium association versus unit owner for design modifications. Next, Allie Platt, manager of Thoreau Place Condominium. Her feedback highlights the need for clear guidelines on unit owner modifications and offers general suggestions for refining the verbiage of our guidelines. Walter Shaw, resident of 2106 Owls Cove Lane, submitted written comments regarding lighting and string lights, as well as other policy recommendations for the DRB's consideration. Lastly, Carolyn Kirby, president of Walden Cluster. She reviewed the proposed changes and gave feedback on the lighting design guideline. We've assured her that any feedback from the cluster would be reviewed during the board work session. Moving on to our first set of revisions and additions. General overview. We're introducing a new document designed to be a foundational resource for understanding both the design guidelines and cluster standards. This document clarifies the Design Review Board process, which is currently not explained in any existing material. This edition will offer a basic understanding of our covenants and DRB processes, ensuring clarity and consistency. Awnings Condominium. This new design guideline for condominiums closely mirrors our existing guidelines for cluster properties. This guideline maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. The primary update is the clarification of responsibilities between the condominium association and unit owners. This will help streamline decision-making and ensure responsibilities are clearly defined. Cables and wires condominium. This new design guideline for condominiums closely mirrors our existing guidelines for cluster properties. This guideline maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. It provides responsibilities for managing cables and wires for this type of property, distinguishing between what falls under the association's purview versus the unit owners. This will help streamline decision-making and ensure responsibilities are clearly defined. Carpet condominium. This new design guideline for carpets closely mirrors our existing guidelines for cluster properties. It addresses carpet installation and maintenance, providing clear guidelines on the division of responsibilities between the association and the unit owner. This guideline maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. This will help streamline decision-making and ensure responsibilities are clearly defined. Lighting decorative cluster. The proposed revision includes adding a section on string lighting to the existing decorative lighting guideline for cluster properties. This update will detail the proposed location, fixture types, operational hours and duration, maximum quantities, and lumens to ensure aesthetic and safety standards are maintained. The addition of the new section for string lighting is driven by an increase in DRB applications specifically for this element. This growing trend has highlighted the need for a clear and consistent requirement to ensure that string lighting installations meet the aesthetic and safety standards. By incorporating detailed guidelines, we aim to provide a standardized approach that enhances the visual appeal of string lighting within the community. Lighting decorative condominium. This new design guideline for decorative lighting in condominiums closely mirrors the proposed design guideline for cluster properties. It maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. The primary update is the clarification of the responsibilities between the condominium association and unit owners, which will help streamline decision-making and ensure the responsibilities are clearly defined. Lighting, decorative, single-family. In alignment with the proposed revisions to the existing design guideline for decorative lighting for cluster properties, we are proposing the addition of a new section for string lighting due to its growing trend and the need for clear and consistent requirements to ensure that string lighting installations meet the aesthetic and safety standards. This revision aims to provide a standardized approach that enhances the visual appeal of string lighting within the community. Lighting security condominium. This new design guideline for security lighting in condominiums closely mirrors the existing guideline for cluster properties. This guideline maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. The primary update is the clarification of responsibilities between the condominium association and unit owners. This will help streamline decision-making and ensure responsibilities are clearly defined. Mechanical equipment cluster. The proposed revision includes renaming the title of this design guideline from air conditioner, heat pumps, to mechanical equipment for cluster properties. This change aims to create a more inclusive category that covers all relevant equipment and ensures consistency across all property types. Additionally, a metric of 4 feet has been established for replacement equipment under the review process for no application required. This clarification helps set a clear standard and streamlines the process by reducing ambiguity. Furthermore, per the Reston deed, which requires 3 signatures including 1 from a board officer for cluster properties, the language has been updated to reflect the requirement accurately. Mechanical equipment condominium. This new design guideline for mechanical equipment within condominiums closely mirrors our existing guideline for cluster properties. It maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. The primary update is the clarification of responsibilities between the condominium association and the unit owners, which will help streamline decision-making and ensure that the responsibilities are clearly defined. Mechanical equipment single-family. In alignment with the proposed revisions to the existing design guideline for cluster properties, we've changed the title of this guideline from air conditioner heat pumps to mechanical equipment. The change is aimed to create a more inclusive category that covers all relevant equipment and ensures consistency across all property types. Additionally, we've specified a metric of 4 feet for replacement equipment under the review process for no application required. This clarification helps set a clear standard and streamlines the process by reducing ambiguity. Patios and balconies, condominiums. We are introducing this new design guideline, which establishes standards for members seeking to modify elements of balconies, terraces, or patios to ensure they are appropriate for residential settings. The new design guideline provides clarification of responsibilities between condominium association and unit owners, which will help streamline decision-making and ensure that responsibilities are clearly defined. Patios and walkways cluster. The proposed revision to the review process for the existing design guidelines for patios and walkways for cluster properties includes the addition of a staff review level. The revision involves relocating the review of criteria for walkways from the panel review level to the staff review level. Additionally, a clear maximum height of 24 inches for fixed seat walls attached to patios has been established and added to the staff review level. These revisions are intended to provide flexibility and enhance member service by facilitating quicker reviews. Patios and walkways, single family. In alignment with the proposed revisions to the existing design guidelines for cluster properties, we are proposing the addition of a staff level review. It maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. The revision aims to provide flexibility and enhance our customer service by providing members with quicker reviews. Screened porches, single family. The proposed revision to the existing design guideline for screened porches for single-family properties includes the addition of a consultation review level. This new review process allows screened porches that are similar to the existing DRB approvals within the neighborhood to be reviewed at a consultation level. Under this revised process, instead of a panel review, such projects can be evaluated by staff in consultation with a DRB member. The goal of this revision is to provide flexibility and improve our service to our members by facilitating a quicker review process. Shed and storage boxes condominium. This new design guideline for sheds and storage boxes within condominiums closely mirror our existing design guidelines for cluster properties. It maintains the same design standards with no significant changes. The primary update is the clarification of responsibilities between the condominium association and the unit owners, which will help streamline decision-making and ensure that responsibilities are clearly defined. Sheds and storage boxes, single family. There are several modifications to this design guideline. The first modification involves updating the review process by moving the location requirements for freestanding sheds and storage boxes from the staff in consultation or panel review level to a staff review level. Additionally, under the staff review level, the following changes are proposed. For location requirements, we propose reducing the setback requirement from 20 feet to 10 feet. In the colors and materials section, we're proposing removal of the restriction on using a single color, provided that all colors are muted tones for shed exteriors. We also propose updating shed roof color requirements to include black and gray as standard colors. Lastly, under the no application review level, we've added a section for deck and garden boxes specifying dimensions and quantities allowed. These revisions aim to provide flexibility and enhance service to our members by facilitating a quicker review process. The proposed revisions and additions aim to provide more flexibility, allowing for quicker reviews to improve service for our members. By refining our design guidelines and review processes, we hope to better meet the needs of our community and facilitate a more efficient decision-making process. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name's Laura Kowalski, the Recreation Services Director for Reston Association. This update provides you with information on our Member Services Department, recreation pass sales and activation, recreational seasonal hiring, aquatics, boating rentals and classes, camps, pickleball, tennis, community events, Volunteer Reston, a thank you to the Friends of Reston, and an update on our community survey implementation plan. This summer, our member services team served members not only at our Reston Association headquarters building, but also in the community. At our headquarters building, they received over 5,000 calls just between June through August and served 6,000 emails. The satisfaction rate based on our survey responses was an 87% positive with the interaction that our members received with our member services team. Also in the community, our team was present at both the Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood grand reopenings, the 60th Reston Association anniversary party, the weekly Reston Farm Market and Craft Fair engagement, and then also some outreach at Hunters Woods Fellowship House during an event that they hosted for Caregiver Engagement Day. The Recreation Pass sales update through August 31st shares a great story. As you recall, the Board of Directors included the Recreation Passes for members in the annual assessment. All members needed to do was activate their pass to enjoy pools, tennis, and pickleball this summer. And they did. In 2023, there were 15,000. In 2024, over 26,000. That's an additional 10,400 recreation passes for members activated for them. For non-members, in 2023, we saw 561 packages. In 2024, we saw 463 packages sold. Pools are opened through September 22nd, and tennis and pickleball courts are available as weather permits. We hope that you'll get out and enjoy these amenities through the fall. While Reston Association members include the benefits of the Recreation Pass and the amenities included as part of their base assessment, those that do not live in a Reston Association deeded property, either owning or renting, do have an opportunity to pay an additional fee to utilize amenities with a non-member Recreation Pass package. This table includes statistics about those passes for 2023 and 2024 through August 31st. As you can see, 561 packages sold in 23 and 463 in 2024. There was an increase in the pass sales, which may contribute to the difference between revenue and budget this year. Seasonal hiring is a very important function for Reston Association. In order to staff our 15 pools, our many camp offerings, conduct tennis and pickleball lessons, as well as programming with aquatics and more, we hire seasonal workers to help us provide a great experience for RA members. Reflected here in this chart is a great retention rate for each one of the departments for our seasonal employees. This summer, aquatics made a splash. We finally have 15 outdoor pools open this summer in operation, which included the newly renovated Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood pools. Lake Newport, North Shore, and Ridge Heights are going to be open through September 22nd for members to enjoy. The pool schedule was reviewed in the first quarter for responsiveness to the community survey. The pool schedule was 84% responsive for preferred time by members, but there was additional hours that members would like to see as well. So the pool schedule was revamped, adding an additional 400 hours of pool time and then making slight adjustments as we moved through the summer. In addition, the American Red Cross Lifeguard Certification curriculum was updated, and all of our Reston Association lifeguards went through that program this summer. Registration for group lessons, private lessons, and water fitness classes were strong and shown here. A direct correlation to those additional 10,400 passes that were activated for RA members is seen here through our overall pools usage statistics. Overall usage has increased. Last year at this time, we saw 102,000, and this year we've seen over 130,000 visits this summer. A new interesting statistic is broken out usage by each district. In addition, the member versus non-member split is shown here as well, with 95% of RA members enjoying the pools this summer. This increase is attributed to alignment with the community survey results to include those free recreation passes included in the base assessment, and expansion of pool hours, adjustments to the hours of operation in each district. It was also one of the hottest summers on record, according to the National Weather Service. Both the Lake Ann Boat Dock and some occasional opportunities at Lake Audubon Boat Ramp were available for both boat rentals and classes this summer. We saw a sunrise, sunset, and a yappy hour where you bring your pup for stand-up paddleboard sessions were popular. Over 800 individuals came out to rent different types of boats at Lake Ann Plaza. Rentals at the plaza were extended during special events that were hosted by the plaza this summer. Reston Camps had a very exciting summer this year, celebrating their 50th anniversary. This 50th year included an increase in our overall enrollment to 2,210 over last year. Campers and staff had an opportunity to bring in over 1,000 cans of food to donate to the local South Lakes Food Pantry. As you can see in the chart, here are some statistics for the overall camp summer this year and all the way back to 2019. Pickleball in Reston continues to see a high use at our Autumnwood facility, with over 150 players dropping in each day to enjoy the courts. We have seen a slight decrease in the pickleball registration for classes from this year over last year. The main reasons are that there's more competition and options in Reston and beyond for players to play both indoors and outdoors throughout the year. The Pro Shop is open for business with rackets, shoes, paddle sales, and more. Coming up this fourth quarter, classes will continue, and a beginner pickleball tournament to try it out is coming soon. Please look for more information on our website and through our social media pages. Reston Tennis continues to see the tennis courts used by leagues, lessons, and rentals. Our tennis lessons include junior and adult classes. Our Glade clay courts are now open this September for a refurbished clay court use and great experience. Our tennis courts see rentals from the United States Tennis Junior Tournament and adult league play. Our leagues continue through October with over 200 players. And coming up in the fourth quarter, we will see our Simon Cup return on the 28th and 29th of September. Barton Hill courts are now closed for renovation and scheduled to open sometime in 2025. Our junior and adult classes and leagues will continue through the fourth quarter. The third quarter was very exciting for community events with activities in full swing over the summer. Dog paddles are continuing through September 7th, with attendees estimated to be over 1,000. We hosted dive-in movies. Totally Trucks returned to the Reston Association Central Services Facility for its 24th year, sponsored this year by the Friends of Reston, with over 1,000 in attendance. We participated in National Night Out, a collaboration with Fairfax County Police and the Kathy Hudgens Community Center. RA provided popcorn for those that enjoyed the evening. We hosted a 60th anniversary Reston pool party and saw over 500 participants despite the rainy day. Yoga in the Park continues, and our community yard sale is scheduled for September 28th, with over 3,000 attendees expected. Our private movie events for local schools continue to be popular, and Senior Movie Day is hosted by the Friends of Reston monthly at Look Cinemas at Reston Town Center. We average about 245 each month. As you can see, coming soon in the fourth quarter, we'll have the dedication of the former Hunters Woods Meadow on October 4th, the Reston Association and Friends of Reston Fall 5K to support our camp scholarships on October 6th, our Halloween event, additional senior movie days, appraisal roadshow, a jigsaw puzzle and lunch program, more yoga, and trips to places such as Charlestown races and a holiday music festival. And then our much anticipated Winterfest will return for its second year, December 5th through the 7th. Volunteers in Reston were very busy this summer, with a dozen volunteers participating in the Fairy Festival at the Walker Nature Education Center, and also supporting events like the 60th anniversary pool party, Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood grand reopenings. 50 volunteers participated in the Reston Museum Cardboard Boat Regatta, and a special acknowledgement to Alexander Otis, who built an interactive herb garden at the Kathy Hudgens Community Center as part of his Eagle Scout project. The herbs grown in this garden will be used at the center's monthly kids cooking classes and shared with the community. Habitat Heroes remains a popular program, with volunteers removing 2 truckloads of invasive plants and species at Water Point Natural Area. Teen volunteers assisted with our nature camps this summer. And as you can see, volunteer needs continue through the fourth quarter with lots of opportunities to include our community yard sale, the Friends of Reston Fall 5K, Reston's Multicultural Festival, Crescent Day service, Habitat Heroes, our Halloween events, a Thanksgiving food drive of Stuff the RA Camp Bus, and also Winterfest. A very special thank you to the Friends of Reston, Reston Association's 501c3, for their support of Reston Association members for many programs and activities so far this year. The largest initiative is our Youth Scholarship Program, an event coming up to help participate in fundraising for these activities is the Friends of Reston Fall 5K on October 6th. Funding from this event goes to support youth scholarships for Reston Association members. Other programming includes Adopt a Bench. They funded the electric vehicle station at the Walker Nature Center. New this year, funding our Totally Trucks event and Senior Movie Day. Support for volunteer Reston corporate initiatives. Interpretive signage at the Walker Nature Center. Spring Festival Arbor Day. A great activity summer pool and school. Environmental Film Festival. The Winterfest Enchanted Forest. And coming soon will be a revamped memorial tree program called the Friends of Trees. Thank you, Friends of Reston, for your continued support of Reston Association members. These next slides include an update for the action steps for the implementation of the 2023 community survey conducted last summer. The biggest initiative last summer was the community survey. The survey was open for members to provide input into the development of Reston Association's next 10-year facility plan. We saw over 1,700 responses, surpassing the turnout in past surveys. The results are posted on the Reston Association website, and updates will be provided to the public quarterly on progress. This executive summary provides insights to the key findings by RA members who have indicated they greatly value pathways and pools and would like to keep and maintain existing facilities open, but with expanded hours, especially pools. One of the key findings is that members who use RA's Parks and Recreation facilities are most satisfied with RA and the related value of their assessment. A staff action is that staff will conduct a review of operating hours and all recreation facilities to ensure responsiveness to the survey where possible. In the first quarter, a complete review of the community survey section on hours of operation and use was conducted. A process for reviewing the current schedule for the pools in responsiveness to the community survey was completed. We've finalized opportunities for responsiveness, and as you can see in the second quarter, an additional 400 hours was added to the pool schedule, along with additional adjustments throughout the year at Lake Thoreau and Shadowwood pools. In the third quarter, the examination continues for additional adjustments in alignment with the community survey and member feedback looking ahead to the 2025 schedule. Another key finding in the survey was that members are far more interested in maintaining and in some cases expanding usage opportunities for our current parks and recreation facilities than they are in investing in new. A staff action to support this is to review the existing capital improvement plan to ensure facility maintenance projects are planned for recreational facilities. Our capital projects report out will have additional details on the upcoming reserve study. As you can see in the action plans, staff have reviewed the existing capital plan and identified projects to support the results of the community survey. In the second quarter, work to develop a draft capital improvement plan with vendor selection. In quarter 3, presenting the reserve study to the board of directors and the fiscal committee. In addition, sharing the first draft of the capital improvement plan with the board of directors and fiscal committee. A staff action to support this next key finding was to explore credit card point of sale at all pool facilities and explore other e-commerce opportunities such as Venmo, PayPal, and more. As you can see in the action steps below, an internal team was identified for the project to identify action steps for the project, to provide on-site testing at a variety of locations to include our high traffic areas at pools, courts, Lake Ann Plaza, Browns Chapel, and more, working on staff training and implementation, deployment of the application, and then continued evaluation. The evaluation continued at facilities this summer, and looking ahead to next year, in the third quarter, we discovered a few adjustments that could be made. The evaluation is being implemented and tested and will also be looked at for 2024 and 2025 spring. Thank you for listening. We look forward to seeing you around Reston this fall.
Hello, I'm Chris Shoemaker, Director of Capital Projects for Reston Association. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the third quarter for 2024 for capital projects. As usual, I'm starting off with the details of our 2024 capital projects webpage. This webpage can be found on the RA website as well as on the new RA website that's soon coming, and it has an interactive Google map that shows active, scheduled, and completed projects for 2024, and also has individual project pages for major projects, including Barton Hill, Glade Tennis, and others. Now for an overview of the project statuses for third quarter. Of the 69 projects, 25 have been completed, 25 are in progress, 2 have been canceled, 7 have been noted for carry forward to 2025, and 10 are scheduled to begin before the end of the year. The 2 canceled projects include the Reston HQ Carpet and Painting, which was reported as canceled or hold in the last quarter, and is not needed at this time due to the uncertain future at our HQ building beyond our lease term. The Lake House Event Tent was a project that was funded in 2022 in CARF as part of non-assessment revenue focus. However, until more refined needs are developed by operational staff, we've decided to cancel this project. The 7 carry-forward projects include 2 projects related to Hook Road redevelopment that will be carried forward to next year, the Lake Newport Tennis Engineering Project, which is also being carried forward to then prepare for a future renovation of the courts in later years, the Uplands filtration system that is being combined with additional work slated for next year's budget, and the 3 playground renovations that are currently going in community engagement, and we anticipate those not beginning until next year as well. Now for some project highlights, starting with Glade Tennis. This project was completed nearly 30 days ahead of schedule and reopened on August 31st in time for the Labor Day weekend. We are also anticipating to be at or near the approved budget of $700,000 at full completion, and non-critical items related to punch list and water fountain installations will occur in the off-season following winterization. The next project highlight is the Barton Hill Tennis renovation. This project is well underway and progressing on budget and ahead of schedule. Crews have mobilized on site and completed the court demolition as well as the full depth reclamation process that will help stabilize and support the subsoils beneath the new court. Crews are currently working on the concrete edge that surrounds the courts and supports the new fencing system. Once completed, work on the asphalt court surface will begin, following fencing installation and then eventually color coding. The next highlight are Phase 2 pool projects. Several of these projects were slated to begin before reopening this season, but were rescheduled to the fall due to timing. Some of them include the North Hills pool roof replacement and exterior repairs, replacement of the North Hills electrical panels, interior upgrades of lighting at Glade, North Shore electrical upgrades, Autumnwood, Dogwood, North Hills, and Uplands deck equipment replacements, as well as repairs and replacements to the Lake Newport trellis. Now for an outlook on fourth quarter projects. The document scanning project will be beginning soon with digitization of many of our paper documents for long-term archive and reference, replacements of passageway as well as loading bay doors at CSF, our annual lake spillway maintenance repairs and inspections of our 4 lakes, and the Tot Lot community engagement will be ongoing with this follow-up survey of proposed designs following initial community feedback. Now the capsule snapshot report of the third quarter for the capital budget. Of the $4.9 million budget, just over $2 million has been executed, with another $2.67 million anticipated to be completed. We're currently forecasting a positive variance of $207,000, and we have several projects that are underway or anticipated to have progress or final invoicing in the next quarter, including Glade Tennis, Barton Hill Tennis, and the document scanning project. We're currently forecasting a carry forward to 2025 of just under $900,000, and we'll continue to refine this number as we approach the end of the year. If you have any questions, comments, or need more information, please reach out to us at capitalprojects@reston.org, call us at 703-435-6556, or visit the Capitol webpage at reston.org. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Megan McCosey, Community Outreach Manager here in the Covenants Administration Department of Reston Association. Along with Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration, I will be providing tonight's cluster outreach update. The outreach programming has been picking up momentum and continuing to deliver value to the community throughout 2024, with show and tell cluster and condo walking tours still serving as a highlight. Meeting with cluster and condo association leaders and stakeholders on the ground in their neighborhood to discuss, observe, and troubleshoot all manner of issues and concerns is still staff's most effective tool for connecting with sub-association leaders and cluster and condo members. Common considerations and topics of conversation during show and tells include cluster and condo standards, Reston Association and county complaint processes, board governance best practices, and common area management. Covenant staff is extremely proud of the relationships established this year through show and tells with clusters who had not previously scheduled one, and of the repeat customers that have requested multiple walking tours over the past 5 years in order to keep lines of communication strong and substantial. Show and tells are currently being scheduled into the fall, so please contact your association's dedicated Covenants advisor today to schedule yours. Covenant's June legal seminar went into some detail regarding the Corporate Transparency Act, also known as the CTA, but we continue to endeavor to ensure that information relevant to the CTA is on the forefront of cluster and condo associations' leaders' minds. The Anti-Money Laundering Corporate Transparency Act was approved by Congress in 2021. This act intends to detect and report suspicious activity, including predicate offenses to money laundering and terrorist finance. and to facilitate tracking money that has been sourced through criminal or terrorist activity in order to safeguard national security and the financial systems of the United States. Unfortunately, this act applies to corporations also inclusive of community associations that have less than $5 million in assets and fewer than 20 employees. Community associations that do not meet this threshold will have the responsibility to file information with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, also known as FinCEN. That information will be filed on an annual basis and will include business or association name, legal name of board members, birth date, home address, and an identifying number from a driver's license, state ID, or passport, and identity of those individuals with substantial control over financial reporting for the association. Changes, corrections, or additions must be submitted within 30 days. The current filing deadline for existing corporations or associations is January 1st, 2025. Filing has not yet opened as of this recording. Association boards need to be aware that there are penalties for non-compliance with reporting to FinCEN. Those penalties include fines of up to $500 per day or criminal penalties of up to $10,000, as well as up to 24 months.
Mr. President.
We're back in our open session. Director Farrell.
I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature, involving personal matters, or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. So moved.
I move to approve Beth Rinker for the position of member to PRAC.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. So moved.
Move to approve Gordon Simonet for the position of member to the Elections Committee.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. So moved. Dr. Justin.
Move to approve the personnel actions as discussed in executive session as it pertains to the CEO.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. So moved. Thank you very much.
Was that unanimous?
It is not unanimous.
My bad, Margaret. Let me go back. I've got Director Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, Just Jack, Grywatch, and myself as I. And then we have on nays, who's Director Perry, you vote nay? Okay, we have seven and one. 7 and 1, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you. Apologies, Margaret.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. President, I move that the board adopt the draft agenda for the Thursday, September 26th meeting of the Board of Directors of the association.
Second. Second.
Mr. President, I'm going to invite amendments because as I went through the evening, there may be one or two things that got kicked over to the meeting of the 26th. And I'm looking at our Assistant Secretary to help me make sure we didn't overlook something. Because I know last time we overlooked something.
Okay.
And I can't remember what it was, but we overlooked something and didn't have it on the agenda, and it got added after the fact.
While they're looking, I would suggest reordering a little bit, which I actually understand probably why staff decided to put it in the order, so that the budget comes first and it's earlier in the night and we don't get late. But I think that the benefits-based fee topic and the capital improvement plan actually inform or could take care of some of the budget draft one items. So to me, it makes more sense to do the benefit-based fees, then the capital improvement plan, then the budget.
Well, it's also, Mr. President, it's also that the third quarter secretary update could be later in the evening or even carried
Right.
over until October.
Why don't we carry it over?
That could move down.
Okay.
I'm disappointed. Totally fine.
Yeah, let's carry it over.
So we can carry that over to the first October meeting?
Yeah.
So it's removed.
Just remove.
I didn't see any motions that should I make tonight that need to be carried over to the 26th meeting.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to amend my motion to strike the third quarter secretary update and move it to the first meeting in October, unless there's an objection, Mr. President.
Hearing no objections, so moved.
Okay. And then I'm going to amend my motion to move the capital improvement plan and the benefit-based fees to occur immediate after the volunteer interviews.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you very much.
So
moved.
then we're going to vote to adopt the agenda as amended.
So.
Move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that is unanimous.
Mr. President, I don't believe we have any further business before the body.
Oh, excuse me. I thought there was one more motion. Jennifer, am I incorrect?
No.
It was one.
One motion, two items in it, that was done.
Right. One motion, two items.
Oh, I'm
We're
sorry.
good,
I
Margaret.
didn't hear the. Gotcha.
So-
Thank you.
Thank you. Having finished our business here, the meeting is adjourned at 10:44.